Hi, Craig.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, Marcia.
Hello.
And hi, Peter.
Peter is mute.
I
You
think
should get yes.
intentionally mute.
There.
Dr. Goswami, did Veronica suggest that we should go ahead, or she would join us in a few minutes, so we should wait?
Oh, I think we should go ahead and proceed, and she'll just join us
Okay.
whenever she gets home.
Okay. Well, I will then call to order the September 10 regular board meeting of the Santa Barbara Community College District Board of Trustees. And now ask everyone to participate in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have the flag to use for, there we go. I will start with, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll note again for the record that all members of the Board of Trustees, except for Trustee Gallardo, are present, and Trustee Gallardo will join us in a few minutes. So I'll say a welcome to everybody who is joining us for this meeting. Our first item on the agenda tonight are longevity recognitions. We have 5 people to recognize, but let me begin by identifying 4 of them, because one of them, I believe, will be with us. Tonight, we'd like to recognize Everett Kerr, Missions and Records Tech, for 35 years of service. Wow. Next is the Don Moriisa, Food Services Assistant, who's been with the college for 15 years. Next, Gustavo Uribe, Facilities Assistant, who's been with the college for 10 years. And Lorraine Valenzuela, Security Coordinator, who's been with the college for 20 years. And tonight, Jason Walker, as supervisor of Antonia, who's been with the college for 15 years as Academic Tech Support Specialist, will also be recognized. I believe that Jason Walker is with us to say a few words, but I don't see his name on the list of participants, so maybe not.
Incoming.
So I see Jason is with us. Welcome, Jason.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Goswami. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce Larry Antonazzi to you. I truly consider it to be an honor and a pleasure. As you have already heard, Larry is celebrating 15 years of employment at SBCC this month. He came to the college after finishing a successful career in the industry as a drafting engineer. Larry began his career at SBCC back in September of 2005 as a part-time permanent lab teaching assistant for the drafting department. He later joined our department as a full-time permanent academic technology support specialist in June of 2014. Larry is directly responsible for the support of 250 mobile thin clients. He's the first responder to conduct initial troubleshooting for calls that come in for an additional 485 Chromebooks. and is the lead technician responsible for building mobile cabinets when they're provisioned to the instructional classrooms around campus. Larry is a very optimistic and energetic person by nature. He's extremely adaptable when unexpected challenges occur, eager to assist in scoping and implementing new initiatives, and quick to accept new responsibilities. He places a very high priority on his communications with our stakeholders and the various college departments around campus. He's known for his genuine interest in others and works hard to develop, foster, and maintain relationships. In addition to his professional career at SBCC, Larry has served as a member of the Classified Consultation Group and engaged in community events to support the efforts of SBCC classified staff. And so Larry, I want to thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and commend you for your hard work, your dedication, and faithful service to the SBCC community and information technology, as well as our academic technology support department. You're an invaluable asset to our team, and we look forward to working with you in the years to come. Thank you, Larry.
Larry, do you have any, you're not required, but do you have any words for us this afternoon? I think you're muted, Larry, if you're trying to say anything, but you're not obligated. And again, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we want to recognize your 15 years of service to the college. 15 years shows your commitment and your value to SBCC. Thanks again, and I want to again thank Everett, Don, Gustavo, and Lorraine for their long-term service to the college. We wouldn't be doing good work we're doing without their good service. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason, for your
Thank you, Larry.
glowing remarks. I've enjoyed working at City College and hope to continue to.
We look forward to that, Larry. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Before we go on to item 3.1, I see that Trustee Gallardo has joined us. Welcome, Veronica. I've been notified that we don't have any public comments for this evening, so we will go on then to agenda item 4.1, which is consideration of the minutes of the regular meeting of August 13. Do I hear a motion to approve the meeting minutes for August 13, 2020?
I
I will so move.
Is there a second?
second.
We have a motion by Trustee Haslam, a second by Trustee Nielsen. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Not hearing any nays, the motion passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is communications, and the first one is item 5.2, a report from our academic senate president, Rayanne Napoleon, but I'm not sure. There she is. Welcome, Rayanne.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good
Thank
evening.
you. I will be making my report tonight short and to the point. We just got started with school, and I feel as though I've seen you not too long ago, so I was hoping to give up some of my time tonight on that. But there are a few things that I did want to share out to the board. And I'm sure you'll hear this from our other constituency groups. It's my opinion that we are off to a wonderful start for the fall 2020 year, especially all things considered. I've mentioned to you many times already the extensive training that our faculty and full-time, part-time, credit, non-credit have all gone through thanks to the help of the FRC staff. And so we got started, you know, first week felt much different than other first days and first weeks, but we made it our own. And I like to also commend the faculty and students, everyone involved, for just being flexible, because everything we learned in the summer training came to real life very quickly during that first week. And I think some of us were working through what works and what doesn't work, and the students were figuring out what works and doesn't work for them. And people are being really flexible and changing things up as we go and things like that. So it's exciting to see what's happening in our classrooms and across the board. In terms of the work of the Senate, we actually had our very first academic Senate meeting of the academic year of this semester. I'd like to highlight that one of our film and media studies, the chair, Nico Maestu, has been working very hard with the state academic senate to get the minimum qualifications changed for his discipline, and it was approved by the Senate yesterday and will be going forward to the state academic senate. So that's really exciting. That's minimum qualifications are very much within faculty purview, very much within the 10+1 ideals that the academic senate has purview over, and Nico has been working very hard to get those updated for his discipline, and that's really exciting to see. I had somebody actually text me right before the Senate meeting and say, wow, getting minimum qualifications looked at or changed is really gnarly work. And I said, yeah, Nico's done a really great job at working on that with the state Senate. So I'm excited to see the next steps and hopefully get passed for him at that level. And not just for him, of course, film and media studies for across the state as well. At the Academic Senate yesterday, we saw two documents. I see a similar document is on the board agenda tonight, specifically for accreditation. We looked at Standard 4A, and we also looked at the quality focus essay. Both were received well by the Senate, and the faculty and the Senate are looking forward to participating in further conversations about those documents. Our quality focus essay, of course, was focused on our guided pathways work, which is spearheaded by Margaret Propthrow. And so it's a really great document that highlights some really great, exciting work that we're doing at the college. So if you haven't taken a look at that, definitely check that out. One last item that I would like to share out tonight that will be coming from the Academic Senate faculty representatives on our College Planning Council is some work to, or an idea to a proposal to start what's known as a campus climate advisory council. This came out of public comments given by one of our faculty members, Counselor Guire Schuyler. She gave really great public comments a few weeks ago at our College Planning Council, and I look forward to working with Dr. Goswami on that proposal and all the different constituency groups to make Guire's comments come to real life and to fruition. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time, and I really appreciate talking with you all tonight.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Peter Hasland.
I thank you, first of all, for your concise report, and especially for some insight as to how that first week went. I can only imagine that there'd be all kinds of adjustments to be made in that first week, based on just tripping over stuff that you hadn't anticipated but was still there. Were there, I'm searching here for a highlight or something that you discovered that was particularly meaningful or surprising, perhaps, that led you and the faculty to some conclusion that hadn't been drawn prior to this event?
Not necessarily. Nothing's jumping in my brain to answer your question directly. I think it's probably a little bit different for each and every person, each and every discipline, each and every class. As a matter of fact, I'm not teaching this semester. I'm actually literally 9 months pregnant and waiting for my baby to come any moment, hopefully. So I'm not teaching myself, but obviously I am dialed into a lot of what the faculty are talking about and thinking about. And I think for just about every single person, they said, oh, I let the class know this. The class didn't do it. I had to tell them again, and I had to tell them a different way or something, right? It was just unique to each and every single class. I'd also like to share that my husband and I are both taking an online class this semester. We're taking an art class. And so it's kind of fun to have the student experience right now, seeing what it feels like to be an online student in these times. So I feel as though I'm getting both sides of the story right now, and it's a positive experience. I think it's a learning curve for everyone. I think students and faculty members are learning what works for them and what does not work for them. And so I think flexibility is going to be key throughout this entire semester. Flexibility and patience. And perhaps patience for a lot of us are wearing thin in these trying times, I know.
Well, I appreciate the emphasis on flexibility, and I very much appreciate your contribution. We will hear later on drops of enrollment figures, and your contribution with the new student, maybe not this year, but soon,
Yes.
will certainly help.
And that is exactly what I was thinking when we planned for our thing.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's good to hear that news. Anybody else have any questions or comments? I find myself frequently telling people who are not affiliated with the college or have little connection to it, what a good job we're doing in our transition to online instruction, particularly as you read so much about all the problems people are having, or colleges are having across the country. And I think the Board of Trustees couldn't be happier with how well we're doing at the moment. So thank you. Our next report tonight is from Carson Mitchell, report on the Associated Students. Carson, are you with us? There we go.
Hello, good afternoon, trustees and Superintendent President Dr. Goswami. I just wanted to start off by echoing one of the sentiments of Dr. Napoleon. You know, this has definitely been a very busy start, but nonetheless a fantastic and highly productive start to the semester. And so on behalf of the students, we would just like to extend our thanks and our gratitude and our utmost appreciation for all the work put in by absolutely every single group at the college to make this work as seamlessly as possible. I agree, it's been extremely disheartening for the students to see campuses across the country open up to in-person education and then have to shut down, weeks later because of experiencing an outbreak and not handling things appropriately. So again, the students are incredibly grateful in that regards. And again, I'll be keeping it brief. There's three main items I was hoping to share with you all today. The first of which is probably one of our more exciting items. I know I've come in here talking a lot about getting vacant positions filled and things like that. But now is the time when it's finally happening. Tomorrow morning, we're making our appointments after conducting interviews. Our goal was to have a board about the size of the fall board last year after appointments, which was around 7-8 members, but our applicant pool has actually exceeded our expectations entirely. We have 8 students applying for officer positions, including the fact that we are very thrilled to announce one application for a student trustee, which we hope to present the name of come next week. And we also have interest from 4 different students in our liaison role, which is essentially our external committee rep, the student who will participate in one of the shared governance committees on campus and then report back to us. So that is my first piece of hopefully welcome and exciting news. And then next, I want to cover 2 main initiatives that we're focusing on, hopefully for the entire year, but definitely for this month. One, we want to be able to make equity-based and anti-racist education accessible to students on campus. And so we've been discussing various means and platforms on which we can make, feasible and affordable education available to the widest array of students possible on campus. This isn't something we think, is a solution to all the problems, but we think is a really good first step in starting that I guess, culture change among the students on campus. And so we're working really hard to investigate options as to how we can make that a real feasible means for us. And then the third point I wanted to cover before I keep taking up your time is we definitely want to work to increase voting accessibility and awareness given the upcoming general election in November. There couldn't be a better time to start planning than now. Probably yesterday was a better time than today, but we can always, work on means to make voting more accessible to our students, as well as increase awareness. I'm sure that, any information students can receive regarding any facet of the general election is really necessary right now. That type of education is required, and we want to make sure the ASG is doing our part to ensure that all the students who haven't had the opportunity to give their voices can do so come this November. So with that being said, I believe that's all I had to cover in my report today. Unless there are any questions, I'll stop talking your ears off, and that should about do it.
Thank you, Carson. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Oh, wait a minute, Trustee Croninger.
I was thinking in respect to Carson's comments about voting that I believe SBCC is cooperating with our elections office, and maybe Dr. Goswami could outline what we're going to be doing there.
We have hosted teams from the county elections board or commission who have toured our facilities, and we are waiting for them to make a decision as to what exactly they want to do.
It was my impression that they had already decided they wanted to use our facilities, so that's why I was bringing it up.
Yes, they had interest, and we showed them our facilities, and we're waiting to hear back from them whether it's a go or no.
Okay, well, maybe we should reach out, because I thought on their end, they thought it was a go. So that would be great. I mean, the idea was to use the sports pavilion, correct?
Right.
And for in-person voting, and also have some drop-off.
That's right.
So I think it's a great idea. So I hope we are part of that effort, and maybe that could dovetail with what you have in mind, Carson.
Thank you for including me on that. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you again, trustees. Have a good one.
Thank you. So our next report is from Liz Auchincloss. Liz, are you with us or about to be? There you are. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Goswami. I want to report that the staff have also been working hard to get school started, especially since most of them are working online. And a lot of them have been willing to accept reassignments. Ones that don't have work they can do at home are willing to take on responsibilities that are needed on campus, especially answering phones, so they can continue to work. Our essential workers, the custodians, the grounds, the maintenance have returned to work. So everybody is working and may not be in the job classification they originally have, but they're willing to take temporary assignments so that they can help the college and continue working. Our classified council consultation group has met. Now that school has started again, we're starting to have meetings. And we have an opportunity. We have a person that decided to retire from the group. So we have an opportunity to work at what our goal has been to have a way of appointing or electing our representatives. So we have an opportunity now to look into that. That's one of our standard 4 items that we've been working about, as far as giving more opportunity to staff members to participate. We also are working on, our consultation group has approved a subcommittee for LTAs. We already have one for SPAs. So we'll be working with the administration to try to see if we can get some release time for them so they can have their meetings like we do with the SPAs. We don't have many subcommittees, but it's nice when we can actually form one. And on another tack, our Political Action Committee for the union has been working to try to send out questionnaires for the board election. And so we'll be presenting that to the results of that to our chapter next week. And we're also working on our anti-racism work group. We're looking at who might be the best people to direct that. And in order to facilitate that, we're taking something from the academic senate that we got from Dr. Napoleon, as far as it's called a community agreement. We haven't really looked at it, I just saw it today, but it's some set of rules when you deal with difficult issues to try to get everybody involved and to try to keep things on a good place. So people don't get really upset with things that are going on in those meetings. So we'll see how we can proceed with that. And then some time ago, we had a survey out to staff about the effects of the CERT on the staff not filling positions, and we have some results of that they're going to share with our chapter next week also. And we also are still working on our MOU for the COVID for reopening. So we hope to make some progress with that sometime soon. And I think that's all I have for today. Any questions?
Thank you, Liz. Sounds like you're pretty busy.
Looks like Peter has a question.
Well, it was more a comment. I just wanted to offer my compliments on what you're describing is a staff that has proven to be just flexible and eager to be supportive. And I don't want that to go on as just another part of the report. I think it really bears highlighting and congratulatory comments from us.
Well, thank you, Peter. They've worked very hard, and both the district and CSEA and the staff have all worked very hard to make that work. And so far it has been working.
And we'll require more flexibility as we go along, I'm sure.
Everybody has, yes, everybody's been very willing to be flexible on it. So I'm sure that will continue.
Thank you.
And thanks for the board support on that.
Marcia Croninger, did I see your hand raised?
No, I just was using a thumbs up to concur with Peter.
Okay.
And congratulate Liz and our
Okay.
classified for their flexibility.
Yeah, I join in that. Does anybody else have any comments or questions for Liz? Looks like we've lost him. Okay, so we'll move on to Dr. Goswami.
Good evening. Let me begin by first correcting myself. I just got a text from Lindsay that we have confirmation from the county that they will be using us for the elections.
Very good.
Very good.
I was not aware of that. No, I'm aware that it's going to happen, which is good.
Dr. Goswami, yeah, maybe you or Marcia or somebody knows the answer to this. Who, if you are who is eligible to vote here? Any student can come and vote if they live in the county? Is it because?
Well, you have to be registered.
Yeah, I know you have to be registered, but I mean, if you live in Goleta, for example, the college is obviously not in your precinct and not your normal voting place.
It's a all mail-in election this year, so they will have polls open for multiple days actually, but it's a poll. I think it's more like a drop-off space.
Okay.
I don't know if Jonathan has anything to add to that.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I think, you know, I don't think that they're gonna let someone from Goleta vote at SBCC on the Mesa. Maybe I don't want to say yes or no, but you could definitely drop off your ballot there. So if you had your ballot and you're on campus, you lived anywhere,
Okay.
you could drop it off, and it'll be open starting Saturday before the election, because we're hosting one in Isla Vista. So it's
You mean as a polling place, if you want to vote in person, it will be open then too?
Yeah, it's
Early
they're
voting.
gonna be called voting centers this time, I think. So it's a new concept.
And when does that start? You're talking about just the Saturday before Election Day or every Saturday for?
The Saturday before Election Day, I think, is Halloween this year.
Okay. Okay.
But maybe we can get confirmation at another meeting. I don't want to, I say either way.
Okay.
Well, staying along with the voting theme, I have contacted all the candidates for the our board positions and provided them our board resolution 12 so that they are aware of our campaign finance limitations. And also, we are in the process of deciding on a date for a public forum that we agreed to do as part of our board resolution 12. And we will be, once we sort out the few dates, I'll be contacting the candidates about the public forum. It will be a virtual forum, moderated by a third-party individual, but will be hosted by us, and that'll be early October. On September 17th, we're going to kick off the first meeting of the joint committee of the board and the college regarding revising board policies. So we have scheduled a good bit of time to start our work. It will be long haul because we have a significant number of board policies that needs to be looked at. So we're looking forward to figuring out a way how to do it the best possible way and in an expeditious way. And Trustee Parker and Trustee Booth is going to be part of that group. At your study session, on September 24th, we'll be bringing the accreditation report for your review and discussion. So I just want to alert you that it's coming your way, and then we will bring it to the October board meeting for final approval, and then we'll pass it on to ACCJC. Enrollment, we'll provide you a detailed enrollment report in October after we are done with census, but I can provide you with some numbers right now. From the looks of it, on units, and I will stay with units because that's how we get paid ultimately. We are roughly 10,000 units short, which is 8.5% for in state. But summer two, we had 6,000 over last year. So if you net the two out, if you combine the two, then we are short only 4,000 units for this year. So which is a better place to be. Also, I want to give you an update on some classes because we had some in-person classes on campus. So right now we have 18 courses taking place physically on campus, and surprisingly, the unduplicated number of students who are in those courses is 169. So, which basically suggests to me that the students who are taking in-person classes, they're taking multiple in-person classes. On the PE side, we have 17 courses going on, and here the duplicated count, we could not get to the unduplicated yet, is 412. For the previous CTE courses, our duplicated count was 459. And for PE, for the 17 classes, the duplicated count is 412. Now you heard that we had a student testing positive. So it's been 2 weeks or slightly more than 2 weeks of the semester. And thankfully, we did not have many reported cases. So all we have is so far 4 students who have been identified to be positive, and they have not been coming to campus. So there are students, but they're not coming to campus. 3 of them was from the soccer team who lived together, And the other one, sorry, 3 of them were from the football team who lived together. And then there was another group, 1 student from the soccer team who tested positive, and they were also in a group living together, and they're being quarantined also. We also have on a daily basis, students and faculty and staff sign up with our app to verify whether they're eligible to come to campus. So I can give you some numbers in terms of how many people are filling out the survey. That might be a good indication of how many of them are actually coming up to campus. So for faculty, we typically get about 44 on the average. For staff, 115, and for students, 130, 132. So that's the flow of people who come to campus, and not necessarily for the entire day, but for a certain period of time for a specific activity. So those are some of the numbers I wanted to share with you in terms of how we are progressing. And then, of course, our governance work has started. You already heard reports about the accreditation work. Similarly, we'll be doing a lot of work in CPC and the BPAP committee. So our institutional processes are ramping up, and we'll have more to report next time we meet.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Goswami. Our next item is the consent agenda, and tonight we have the following items on the consent agenda. Items 7.1 through 7.5, 8.1 through 8.3, and 9.1 through 9.5. Does any trustee wish to take one of those items out for separate consideration, or have any questions about any items or comments? Dr. Goswami.
I just have a correction on 8.1. We'll be taking off 1 name from the faculty stipends, and that so we're going to take off Dolores Howard from the faculty stipend list.
Okay.
Could you say that, was that Alex?
Dolores Howard.
Dolores.
Oh, Dolores Howard. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Trustee Croninger, you have your hand raised.
Just a question, really. It doesn't have to be pulled. On 9.5, the engagement of legal services, Raines Feldman, was there a legal opinion that they wrote in connection with that?
I would ask Lindsay to chime in on this one, because she was taking the lead here. Lindsay, if you're available.
Hi, I'm here and they let me in. Yes, that attorney is the attorney that assisted us in completing our COVID response and prevention plan for the district.
And my question is, did they write a legal opinion for us in connection with that?
No, they just assisted in helping us write our plan.
Okay, so sometimes you get what's called a legal opinion that acts as sort of an insurance policy that you have done what you should do. So that's why I was asking the question. That's not an unusual practice. But if there's nothing written, then nothing to share. Okay.
Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda? If not, do I hear a motion to, Craig, did you have?
Yeah, I'm looking for the raise hand button on my, I didn't find it again this time, but I want to thank Marcia for asking that question because I was going to ask what it means to get a legal opinion on that. So that was really helpful. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
So can I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
And is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Trustee Haslam, a second by Trustee Parker to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing no nays, the motion passes unanimously. So our next item on the agenda is item 9.6, annual audit engagement letters. And there were attached letters from our external auditors provided to the board in connection with the planning of the annual audit for fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. And Dr. Goswami, I'm assuming this is a merely a discussion item?
It's a discussion item and information.
Does anybody have any questions or comments about the external auditor letters? If not, we'll move on to item 10.1, which is board review of standard 4, which states the board will review and discuss the draft report of the standard 4 for accreditation. And Dr. Goswami, will you be presenting this, or perhaps Dr. Ralston?
Oh, I mean, it is actually in front of the board for board's suggestion and input. This was, I can provide the context that it was developed by the governance, the steering committee that had divided the work among the various groups. And so they met over last year and a half and has presented their draft on standard 4B, which deals with, with the CEO, and then C deals with the governing board.
Anybody have any questions or comments or suggestions?
I wonder if there's a simple way of identifying changes from a previous draft that we may already have seen that would help us understand a sense of direction for any change.
I have to ask perhaps Pamela, because I don't recall. I mean, do you recall seeing an earlier draft of?
I don't think we have seen a draft, but I assume we'll see it again, so maybe we could have a red line then.
Yes.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to have some form of comparison between a previous response and this one to identify what we believe are compelling reasons for change or compelling reasons to keep things the same.
Okay, so I've just been able to join you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Let me take 2 steps back. So you're seeing 2/3 of standard 4 in a preview so that you can weigh in on the components that belong to all of you. So this is a preliminary draft version that wasn't written by the steering committee, but was developed over the course of our transitions with superintendents. And Luz Reyes Martin has worked with Dr. Benjamin, and then Dr. Goswami to prepare a preliminary draft for you to weigh in on. So there isn't a previous draft for you to take a look at unless you went back to the last time around when we were successful in 2015 to look at these standards. But you're actually looking at responses to new standards and an encouragement from ACCJC to be much more concise in our responses to the standards and direct. So this is your opportunity to kind of look at the way that you're being represented in the ICER and your number one employee section and how he's being represented.
And if we have any comments or suggestions, should those be made now, or can we communicate those to the drafter?
You can communicate to me and
yes,
I'll pass it along.
Right.
I just noticed there were a couple word choices, and I don't know if this is a snapshot in time as of a certain date.
It's always the challenge. So let me say a couple of reminders that we've been away from talking about this for a bit. We were invited to participate in a special pilot project where we were working in the formative assessment process, which means we drafted our report, knock on wood, you'll be seeing the whole draft pretty soon, a little bit early, and that'll be submitted to the commission in January, and they're going to give us feedback in March of 21 before their visit in October of 21. So by the time they're actually here, hopefully here physically on campus in October, a lot of our material will be a little bit out of date that we're writing right now because it's always a work in progress. So they understand that, and we'll have the ability to update them the closer they come to the actual visit. So it does snapshot time. And when you've had a lot of changes over a short period of time, that feels pretty dramatically different. So in your reading as a board, that might be something that you're attuned to. Is there something that we feel needs to have a sense of more currency than we currently have? But most of this work is pretty standard. Are you hitting the baseline of effective governance? Are you hitting the baseline of the support that you provide to the CEO? Are you following the practices and good guidance as a board? So those are really the queries here. And then a chance for us in small ways, so that we don't write too much, to shine lights on things that we think we're doing particularly well.
Trustee Parker, did you have a question or comment?
I do. So just on item 4B, which is the superintendent delegation, sorry, not that, the superintendent president one, CEO, and actually on both of the documents, it'd be really helpful if there were page numbers on the documents. So I can tell kind of where it is, because at the top on the PDF on the browser, it'll give a page number up there. But for all of us, it'd be great if there were page numbers on the document itself. And then there's a reference to the fact that there's been superintendent transition. But I would just say that maybe there are some places that we would think about having it say current and previous superintendent president, just to really make it clear that this over time, these have been policies and practices over time. And then of course, I've got a lot of suggestions that I would make on the board one. So that's item 4C. But I won't do that here. I just want to call out a couple of things, and then I will send them along. And sorry, I've got so many documents open here that I'm trying to find that one right now.
Same thing.
And that is not it. 4C. Hang on with me for just a moment. I need to make this bigger. And that is, there's a couple of places where like there's some references to some of the challenges that we've had that I think, especially like there's one where we talk about where it talks about undue influence from outside community members, where I really would, since we are a community college and the outside external groups should have, we should welcome them bringing their comments and concerns to us. So there's just a few places where I would really recommend that we tweak the language. And as long as it's okay for us to send in some of our recommended language changes individually to you to think about as you draft a next version, that would be great.
Great. It's nice that you've done a close reading and you have some suggestions. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it read pretty well in both sections, but I likewise just have some things that are positive that I think I'd like to suggest. But again, I think they're a matter of this was written before certain things happen. So
right, and that's why this is the watermark is writ large, right? So this is a working draft, and I think Dr. Goswami's been really interested as he's gotten it ready for you for your input and feedback before we go to the next stage. So let me underscore working draft, and page numbers clearly one of those things that we wish we had in there. So
okay,
thanks.
Trustee Gallardo, you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Robert. Kate, what you just said about the undue influence, that's actually in our trustee board roles and responsibilities. And you can Google it real quick probably, but it has to do with trustees in a nonpartisan way. You're protecting the institution from undue influence. So the myriad of things that will come to the governing board and protecting the institution within the narrow of our mission, vision, and core values and how it pertains to SBCC. So I have, the document. Is there opportunity for trustees to help write this and provide the narrative to what is pertinent to this standard? I think, was it Peter that mentioned seeing a previous draft? We have the 101, it was like almost 200 pages from the special report that was submitted to accreditation when we were on warning back in 2012. And that report is all about Standard 4. So if we want to look at if the college has maintained the growth and the commitment in terms of a governing body to delegate the authority of the CEO to not meddle in operations, a lot of that is in there. And there were some specific behaviors that the accreditation asked of the board. So really, I think in this report is just looking for providing evidence that we are governing in a cohesive way, delegating all authority to the superintendent president. And if we review that, that'll give you some background information on that. And then also, it is very much a draft, Dr. Ralston, I agree. So I also think that from reviewing the website and looking at the webinars from the accreditation, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Ralston, but this is all part of this idea of continuous improvement and the idea that no one's going to come and say, oh, trustees, you were meddling, or, oh, you didn't treat the CEO well. It's the point of accreditation is to do an accurate self-reflection, metacognition, really think about how the board governed, how can we improve, because only when the board can govern in a cohesive way moving forward will it benefit the college. And so I think that that's what I'm interested in, and not necessarily wanting to hide anything, to say, oh, we don't want to highlight anything for the accreditation. The whole college is going through this. And so the point of accreditation is to improve, to identify where are the areas of growth, where are some stretches, where is it where we can go. So I want us to encourage us to look at this report in that lens, because it's a lot of work, but it's an opportunity to make this work meaningful and not just a regulatory thing that we check off and we submit to someone. There's benefit to truly having the self-reflection on the work that we do. And I think Peter and I participated in one of the meetings with Dr. Benjamin and the team, and it was a great spirit in that it was all about improving, and that no one was going to come and say, you should have done that, you should have done this. And so I just think that in that light, we should just, approach it.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that sense that you have probably carried through in the meeting that you and Trustee Haslam were able to attend. ACCJC has become a different commission in the last 10 years. And you saw parts of that in 2012 and 2015, and they're much more inclusive and peer review oriented than they had been during their kind of difficult period. We were strongly encouraged in our training not to not to refer back to items that we had already accomplished well in our last draft and response. So the nice thing about this kind of new way of being with ACCJC is the sense that you start with the notion that you do meet the standards, and then you're testing for that. So that's the evidence and analysis component of this work. In the places where we feel like we may not have fully met the standard, or we wanted to reach and get better than, the rest of the document really pushes on those components. So what you're looking at right now is a first version response to this, where it's time for you now to be able to weigh in and add the pieces that are centered around you. So that's really the way Dr. Goswami wanted to be able to approach it with you. Not that we wrote it entirely for you and handed it off and said, okay, sign off, trustees, everything's been taken care of for you. We've gone through the kind of baseline pieces, and we do meet the standards. And now it's time for you to double check to make sure that you feel comfortable with what's been said about your work, and you do some thinking to see if there are places you would like to reach and grow from. So the standard 4A, the decision-making and governance piece, which is much more the internal participation component for the district, we did some pretty deep diving, and you'll see that we developed an integrated improvement plan that looks at some of the way we're working on governance and decision-making internally. So when we share that with you, you'll see a draft of that on 9/24. But that's been kind of our basis of our approach. Understanding we're pretty good to go. Are there places we need to refine and improve?
So no, I have not really editorialized any of the writing here, and I'm waiting to hear from the trustees before I put my pencil to it. No. So any kind of suggestions and attachments that you want to send to me, I'd be happy to receive them and then incorporate that into the document.
Trustee Aboud, do you have a comment or question?
Oh yeah, I had raised my hand from earlier. I was gonna agree with what Kate had brought up at the beginning.
Okay. Anybody else? Trustee Haslam.
I appreciate the bold type of draft across the center of the page, but for my old eyes, it would frankly be better if it was just entitled at the top, draft. And rather, because I find it really interferes in the reading of it. So if that's easily possible, I would like it. I may be the only one.
Duly noted, Trustee Haslam. We'll find another way to really signal the drafty nature.
Well, bold type at the top it works for me.
I agree. I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ralston.
Great. Thank you. We look forward to hearing your feedback.
Okay, very good. Okay, moving on to item 10.2, board goals for 2021. And just in case not everybody received my email today, let me give you some background. Everybody was asked to provide, if they could, by noon of this week, their individual suggestions for board goals for 2021. And Jasmine Touzon collected those and organized those into a document that was then attached to the agenda, which essentially was just a listing of ideas and suggestions from other board members without identification of who provided the information. I decided that it might facilitate a more effective discussion if I was to take that and try to organize all those suggestions into a draft, I guess a draft proposal, proposed goals. Although I'm not, when I put it all together, I was trying to make sure that I incorporated everybody's suggestion. And I can't say that maybe some got left out somehow in the process, but that was my goal, to have everybody's ideas and try to organize them into some fashion similar to the way we did last year. I did modify some language. There was some language I thought that sounded more like we were actually doing some of the items as opposed to reviewing or monitoring or providing policy. So I wanted to I wanted to make sure that language properly reflected that we weren't actually implementing some of the goals or most of the goals. So with that, I've actually, if we need to, we can display on the screen, and maybe we should do that, the document I sent out earlier today. And so we're all looking at the same thing. And ask if anybody has any comments, suggestions, motions to make, whatever. This is our time to adopt our goals. Again, it's in the same format that we used last year to identify more simple goals with briefer language, and then have action items. There has been a suggestion that we maybe have too many action items and we should focus more on having the goals simplified and more general, like the left column. And I think one trustee did specifically propose that. So with that, Dr. Haslam.
Well, just a point of clarification about my understanding of what's before us. First of all, I thank you for doing this. I think this really helps clarify what we're about. My question has to do with the nature of the activities list. My assumption is that this is a list of suggested activities or examples of what could happen, not a limitation. I mean, for example, if we came up with number 5, for example, has 3 action items. Well, what if we came up with a 4th? The important part to me is the goal. The activities are simply exemplary of what might be done in furtherance of that goal. Would that be your interpretation as well?
That's my interpretation, and to say the other way, I don't know that we necessarily are committed to each one of these activities.
Yeah.
They may not all work out or make sense as the year goes on. The more important point is what the goals are.
Thank you.
That's my view anyway. Trustee Gallardo.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. So can we start with just taking board goal 1 first and then go to the next one? Can we start with this one?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm looking at our current goals that we developed last year with Dr. Benjamin. And so when I look at them parallel to each other, it looks like board goal number 1 is the same, similar to board goal number 2 currently. The activities, the goal is a little different, but the activities are similar. It seemed to me that the work done last time with Dr. Benjamin, and actually all of us, the whole team, 2.1 through 2.4 capture what we need to do. And I don't think this goal has been fully realized yet, so it's still appropriate. And then I'm wondering also if there needs to somehow bring in here what's been happening with enrollment and just COVID and funding, if we're going to add anything. But other than that, the review monthly quarter reports, review, that's sort of to me standard that I think that it's going to happen. It's what's been proposed in terms of the study sessions and the calendar that we put together with Dr. Benjamin. So anyway, that was my thoughts on that first goal, that it seemed like there was just a lot on there. And my thinking in going into these goals is to narrow the scope so that there's impact, and not to just spread it so thin that we are not allowing the college to really go deep on some of the work that needs to happen, especially with the limited budget.
Okay. Any other comments?
Trustee Conjure.
Trustee,
When we changed the format, I lost my raise your hand too. So,
okay, I got mine back now. I can see. So yes, go ahead.
actually, I lost some of the people too. Anyway, the contribution that I had made to this list, and Robert, you've done a masterful job of trying to pull something together here from suggestions from all of us. And that's the way it should be, suggestions from all of us. My contribution was that we should narrow the whole thing down to only 3 goals. And that came by virtue of looking at work done at, proposed by the chancellor at Foothill De Anza, where they brought it down to 1 goal, which was equity. For me, I felt like 3 goals were the equity goal, the health and safety goal because of the pandemic in many respects, though it's broader than that, and the budget, because we have serious budget issues. So I was bringing it down to just 3, and this particular list is in the tradition of what we have done before, which is have really a lot of goals. I did have specifics. One of the ones that I think, if you want to compare the fiscal management goal that we're looking at, was the idea of having a transparent accounting of increased investments and strategies that will help achieve student success and equity goals. And this is something we just don't see in our budget right now. We don't see what we are spending on those efforts. And so it would be a significant addition to how we're looking at the budget. And I was hoping we could move in that direction specifically. And I know you've got the 1.6 review budgets to assure inclusion, but to me, that is not quite as helpful as having a real transparent accounting that might set this out separately and say, here's what we're doing and what we're spending on. Because I see the budget as our most important policy document.
Okay. So I take it if you were to revise this, Marcia, you would. Well, let me just say first of all that the pandemic is such a central part of what's going on at the moment. It's influencing everything. And so when you talk about health and, you know, there are so many elements to that, but I thought we needed to have one that's, as a goal, is dealing with the pandemic. And part of that's obviously health and safety. That was my thought on that. And I agree that fiscal management, however we phrase it, is clearly another important goal, and equity is an important goal. I mean, I guess I would be inclined to accept a proposal. If we only had 3 goals, it would be those 3. But
and I also want to stress that it's not that I don't feel the other ones on here are really important. They are really important, but you know, as Veronica has noted, many things move forward without having to be in our board goals. And I think we would expect all of those other things to move forward.
Trustee Abood, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, I have a couple different ones. On the last conversation that just happened, I think I'd agree with what was just said, that, you know, if we do need to cut down, I would say COVID, equity, and budget. If that's what you said, Trustee Miller, I think it is what you said. I'd agree with that. And I agree with what Veronica said, that, you know, supporting the School of Extended Learning, you know, we should always do that. Not sure if that's necessarily a goal. So if we had to cut down, those would be my 3. And Robert, I do like, you know, what you've done with this, what you sent today. I haven't had a great chance to compare and contrast the exact changes that happened between what was posted and what you shared with us. But I think overall, I agree with it. I think, I'm sure if I looked, I'd say, oh, maybe we should add this or not add that, and on some of the action items. So I haven't been able to look at that translation, but overall, I think you've done a good job with this, and I thank you for that. And so, yeah, one of my questions is, do we have to vote tonight or not? Because if I were to make suggestions, I'd want to either prioritize some if we're only going to do them today, because I don't want to go point by point, changing words all over, or is it something we can wait still more for to pass?
I meant to look this up ahead of time, but I think we're actually beyond the deadline already. Seems like our deadline is August 31 or maybe even earlier. So I suppose if we go, do a revision for the next meeting, I don't know that would be such a bad thing to do. We have a meeting on the 24th. That's our retreat. I don't know if we can take action then or not.
We can if we agendize.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess after hearing you talk, Jonathan, I'm thinking that we could, if everybody's had a chance to give their thoughts on this, we might be able to come up with a revised set of goals and have that available to vote on at the next meeting. Trustee,
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish. In asking that question, what I was going to say is, I think we're almost done, and it's pretty much there, and we just need to now finalize what you worked on. But since we just got that today, I don't know if we can do the best job finalizing it right now, but I think we're almost there. So it wouldn't be a lot more work.
Yeah, I agree. Trustee Parker.
I was just going to say I love Trustee Koeniger's idea of shrinking down the number of goals, especially this crazy, crazy year. And I agree that for me, my top priorities would be COVID, the budget, and the equity goals. And I had been going to say, if we were going to keep the student success goal, should accreditation be part of what we do? I'm not sure if that fits in someplace else, but I just wanted that to be on people's radar.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're seem to be heading toward a consensus for the three goals mentioned. Trustee
Nielsen had a comment.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, I kind of agree and disagree with everything everybody said, so I'm pretty much open. But I'll just give you how I feel about things. I think there's the two most important goals. Is one, the overriding most important goal is number one, the budget. To eliminate the deficit spending, that has to be our number one priority. We're doing pretty good in all the other areas. And then when I look at the COVID situation, part of that's totally out of our control. But what is in control, what we do have some control of, is how we respond to participate in coping with it. We seem to be doing pretty good at that. We've delegated authority to the president to make decisions in a timely way. We've been kept informed. Maybe there's a little confusion amongst the board as to what else we could do that we're not doing, or maybe some of us board members want more control, and some of us may be quite happy with how we're handling it now. But I really see the top two goals as being, or the top three things we should be doing, because obviously we have to pay attention to COVID. So that goes without saying, and I don't think needs to be on the list. I know that sounds contrary, but I'm not trying to belittle it. I'm trying to focus our attention on the things that we can really control and the things we've been working on. I think continuing education or adult education or both is something that we've been working very hard on expanding. and benefiting to the benefit of our community as well as to the college. And so I think that needs to, it's not as far as we think it can go or would like it to go. And I think we need to keep that on the list as a goal to expand that. That's important. And the student success, the learning, we're in pilot programs, we're in the leading, one of the leaders in what we're doing at that. And we need to make sure that we continue that effort to get it to go, closing the achievement gaps. We're doing really well at that, but we need to continue to really focus on the student success. That's really critical. So the budget, the student success, and School of Extended Learning, I think, are the three most primary goals that need to be on the list. Under each of those goals, a subtitle would be address the impacts of COVID under each of those, under all the goals. I don't think it should be like the primary goal. We can't make it go away. We can only cope with it. We can make really big changes. We can control our budget and how we spend the money. We can control what we put our emphasis on. And I didn't mean to leave out equity like it's unimportant, because I think it is. So if we're going to have 4, then I would include equity. And COVID-19 is a subtitle on everything, or a sub item or an action item that we need to pay attention to. And that's my input. Thank you for letting me say.
Thank you. Any other Dr. Haslam?
Yeah, I'd like to offer an argument for, pardon me, the dog just jumped up on my lap. For keeping, I'm not sure that I understand the reasoning for compressing the numbers of goals. We could perhaps combine a couple, that wouldn't bother me at all. But I worry, the set of goals is not just for our consumption and to remind us of what we're doing, but also for the general public to see what we believe is important. And I would hesitate to just drop something because, like civil discourse and transparency and respect for others, and have somebody interpret that withdrawal as somehow it not being important to us, because I think it is. So I'm not convinced that some contraction in numbers is uppermost in, or should be in our minds. If we wish to say these are our top 2 or 3, I'm fine with that, but that would not require the elimination of the others.
Veronica.
Thank you, Robert. I'll start with Marcia's first. I like condensing it into, I would just add access and equity. And when I think of that, I just thinking of the vision for success that we have. And the very first one is to focus relentlessly on student end goals. And the vision for success really talks about all students and really looking at that end goal and what we need to get students to whatever degree certificate transfer that is. So the access equity, I think that was a nice umbrella to develop a goal in. I agree with Craig that the COVID is not something that we have to call out because it's here, it's changed everything we do. And so when you said that, what that made me think was how now the access and the equity, Dr. Goswami and I had a conversation. And I said, is there a way that we can get some of our refresher courses in the mathematics available to our junior high school students? Because what COVID has done in our K-12 system is just, the disparities now are beyond anything we've ever seen. And I say this to you guys as my colleagues that we spent years talking about this, but as a mother of high school kids and as a kindergarten teacher, first grade for 10 years, California community colleges are going to see the impact of this for years to come. I met with the Assembly member Limon, and she was obviously great and super supportive, and has always been on community colleges. And we got in contact with some of the Sacramento folks, and so I've really been following this as a TK14 and how this is going to have an impact on us. So I think what Craig said, he really nailed it, where when we think of anything we do moving forward, COVID just changed a lot. And specifically, it changed the readiness of our students when they get to community colleges. So I like that, Marcia, with the access and equity. I think health and safety, that's going to fall under, having safe facilities and different things like that. But I agree with you, Peter, that you say you don't necessarily want to eliminate something because like civil discourse is important. But then I thought, well, if you're being unkind, you're compromising the health of someone because you're stressing them out. If you're creating some culture and some group area where you're working, or the board or whatnot, then that's impacting someone's health, being unkind and not being respectful. So I think that there's a way for us to have some of those activities under that big umbrella of the health and safety. And then obviously the wording, the budget, and some type of fiduciary responsibility. So I guess I'm saying I agree with narrowing it to those three umbrellas. And then I also want to ask our one and only employee, Dr. Goswami, what would be your advice to the board now, since we don't know what's going on operationally at the college? And so as you see us thinking of these umbrellas, what would be most useful to you as you move forward to lead the institution?
Question.
I think, let me speak in very general terms. What the board goals help me and the rest of the institution do is to plan a roadmap for the future, not necessarily for 1 year. So when instead of fiscal management, I'll suggest the board goal is fiscal sustainability. And then the end goal of that is that the college or the institution will develop processes and budgets that will ensure that it's sustainable for the future while making investments in facilities. So that kind of provides a roadmap for us to say, well, okay, the board is committed to that. Similarly, equity or access, I would say the goal, something to the extent that says that that we intend to provide access to any and all students who are eligible to attend, that they're able to attend, and that students who attend SBCC have an equal chance of succeeding. And our data demonstrate that they succeed at those rates. So that gives us this framework to which say, okay, so what we want to do is get there. And not necessarily in 1 year, because clearly nothing happens in 1 year. I mean, what might happen is symbolic things might happen in 1 year, but lasting change will take a number of years. And so my advice to the board is going to be that that your goal should be something that you are responding to something that's happening this year because of unusual circumstances. That's fine, but also have things in there that basically leads the institution or gives me your insights about how to lead the institution.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. That's helpful. Trustee Gallardo, do you have another comment?
No, I was going to say, can we, taking that feedback and we're all saying good things. Can we have like a small committee to work on this? Like, I'd like to work on it. I don't know, Marcia, if you want to work on it. I would like to, with Dr. Goswami, flush this out and bring something like this back to us. I don't know if Marcia, you're interested.
Well, it's fine with me. I have the feeling that Robert has put a lot of work into this already, and we may not be far from wrapping it up.
Well, I would I would welcome. We all have to agree to it. Whatever. I appreciate your comment, Marcia, but we all have to agree to it. And I think Veronica has a good idea. If the two of you would like to work together, I think you would have a challenge to incorporate what you've heard from others here. As would anybody, you would have to draft something that would result in hopefully a unanimous support. So I think that if you could work with, does anybody else like to volunteer? I mean, we could have 3 of you working on it. But
I would volunteer.
okay, so we have a committee.
Subcommittee.
It beat me to it.
And Peter makes good sandwiches. Peter.
Over Zoom?
Well, he has a nice yard if he was up to socially distanced. Dr. Goswami, is that good? Can we work with you on that? Is that
Yes.
Okay?
Since our timeline is pretty short, because we'd like to probably discuss it one more time during the study session, and perhaps if you're ready, we can vote on at that time.
Mhm.
We will try to keep the number of items in the study session limited so that we can go deep into those things. So that would be good. I think if the board goals sets out a visionary element, has some visionary elements to it, then it gives institution a lot of direction for a long period of time, instead of just responding to something, fix the fence this year.
Yeah, right. So who are the members of this subset?
Well, yourself and Trustee Croninger and Trustee Gallardo, and I think among the 3 of you working with Dr. Goswami, you're going to come up with a hell of a good document.
And I think as per the discussion, each of us has a slightly different viewpoint. So this is probably a good idea.
I think it is good. Okay.
Can we ask Dr. Goswami to kind of kick it off in terms of scheduling?
We will try to do it as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we can move on then to item 10.3, which is report from board.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was going to say, can I say one last point on this?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last point for like the committee would be, it looks like we're pretty on the same page on a lot of these action items and the language and substance. So I don't think it should change a huge amount from the substance of what we've got now. Maybe, format and everything, but having to rewrite again and then having to look at new content and give more input on that, I think would make this longer. So I think we're almost there with what we have, and we can tweak it, but not fundamentally change.
Jonathan, I think that's my reading of it. I sense that there's some effort to compress the number of goals, and that the idea behind the activity list is to exemplify what might be happening, and to underscore Dr. Goswami's intent. What we come up with needs to be far-reaching as opposed to the immediate fence fixing that we all know we want to do.
So I think we're on the same page. I agree with Jonathan's comment, not that just because I ended up writing a bunch of it, but it's the document we're all looking at now, and I've heard a number of positive comments about it and ideas, and I think the 3 committee members have heard those, and I'm expecting what we'll see will include much of what we have before us. Any, is that it? Any other comments? Your hand is raised, Veronica, but I suspect that's old. Okay.
Sorry, I just lowered it.
So we move on to item 10.3, report from board members. Does anybody have anything they would like to report this evening? I know you're all shy, but
Yes, I do.
okay. Trustee Nielsen.
Yeah, I would, I want to talk about the foundation for just a minute or two. And we've all been pretty busy, and activities have been restricted with COVID. And so the world has kind of changed in some instances. But I think maybe all of the trustees read as an attachment to the agenda about the foundation and what they've been doing lately and what they're looking at and what's upcoming. So I made a few notes here to stress, because hopefully, and I know there's people out there in the public that are listening and watching us, see what we're talking about. I think not just the college and the faculty and the staff and the students should be grateful to the foundation, but the community as a whole has been extremely supportive of us. And I think when we communicate with them, when we increase the communications with them, our relationships get stronger. What I've seen here is, forgive me for looking at my notes so I don't forget to mention something. Right after the emergency of COVID-19 started, the foundation started a student, they did a student emergency grant fund. They started it, and they awarded over $2 million to over 2,000 students. That's just amazing. And when you compare that, if you compare that effort that our community made at the leadership of our foundation with any other community college in the country, I think we'll probably come out on top. And so for anybody listening to this, or any of us board members that would like to, we can go to their donation page and contribute. There was one thing canceled right after that the foundation had to cancel right after the COVID shutdown started. And that was their annual fundraising event, their gala. So they're going to do a virtual one on October 1st. So that's some time away from now. At least, well, anyway, not a whole month, but close. And there's only one catch. You need to register in advance. And so you can do that by going to the foundation's website. And in addition to, I already talked about the Student Emergency Grant Fund and what the foundation did. In addition to that, with the help of major sponsorship to the foundation, they granted a bunch of scholarships for this school year, 20 to 21 school year. They did it to 742 students, and they distributed to those students over $1 million. You can get breakdowns and who the contributor, where the contributions came from and what's going on with that, again, on the foundation website. And then talking about the foundation, it can't go without mention, in my opinion anyway, the Promise program. And I noted that since 2016, there have been 4,000 student participants already. That's really significant. And I've talked to presidents at other junior colleges, community colleges in the state and out of state. And I found many, all of them tried to do what we did or asked their foundations to try and do it, and none of them really succeeded all the way. So I don't know. I think that a few of us might form a subcommittee and discuss what we could do to say thank you to our foundation, especially right now since we have not been able to and cannot budget-wise make contributions to the foundation. What could we do? And I thought, well, maybe if a few of us put our heads together, we could come up with some ideas of how to say thank you in a public way and to recognize what they've done. Whether that's promotions, just distributing information to the public in some way. There's some different avenues, and I think they bear discussing. Boy, I could say more things. If you read what's attached to our agenda today, you could come up with other things here. One thing that really stood out to me that I don't want to fail to mention is there are these focus groups, these conversations that have been going on, now called campus conversations. At first they were called COVID conversations, and I think the first one was held with Dr. Goswami, and all the conversations they've had on a whole myriad of topics affecting students and our community and what the college is doing in our activities, everything that's been discussed so far is available, at the foundation website. And these things occur twice every month. And now I can't remember if it was Tuesdays or Thursdays, maybe the first and third Tuesday or Thursday of every month, but you can get the information on the website. The last thing that I had written down here is the week of September 9th through the 16th. Everybody, we all know about the flags on State Street that have been happening for years now. SBCC Foundation flags will be on State Street for a whole week. That's major. That's really phenomenal. Another reason to reach out to our foundation and do something significant and public to thank them for their efforts. That's really on my mind, and hopefully I could get one or two other people to volunteer to have a discussion with me about what we could do. Peter, thank you. Anybody else want to raise their hand on that? How about Jonathan?
No, I was wanting to tell you something. Sure, I'll volunteer, but I appreciate so much your underscoring the importance of the foundation, because it is our foundation and a source of enormous benefit to our students. And I suppose the first thing that comes to my mind by way of saying thank you is for each of us to write a check to the foundation so that it can replenish its coffers from having doled out a lot of money. And I know that most of us do that, but I think it's easier for the foundation to go out and raise money if they're able to say, well, their board of trustees is unanimously contributing to the fund to whatever extent we can.
Thank you, Craig and Peter. Veronica, you have something to report?
Yes, and I guess to Craig's point, yes, a huge thank you to the college, to the foundation. This has been the most exhausting and emotional 6 months ever for our community. I mentioned, for me, this is always a TK14 pipeline vision. And so I did have an opportunity to connect with Superintendent County Susan Salcido and our own superintendent for Santa Barbara Unified, as well as Assembly Member Limon. And I think what I learned in all those conversations is we're one entity of this really complex system. And even in our small little microcosm here in Santa Barbara, the county can't just quickly go and help Santa Barbara Unified and quickly jump over to the City College. And Assemblymember Monique, she was wonderful and is always so supportive of the college. And so there's just a lot of different systems that we have to work through. Having said that, Dr. Goswami, we made that introduction with him and the superintendent for Santa Barbara Unified. So I think that there's some promising work that's going to, hopefully develop there. I know they're both equally motivated to really see through our TK14 partnership. I've spoken to so many families and community members in the last 6 months. Obviously, I'm a high school secondary parent and just being a teacher for the last decade and the different families over the years. And one thing that really made the difference for our families, and Dr. Goswami, I don't know if that increase in summer too was our dual enrollment students, but we had 8th graders that jumped on board and enrolled in our courses. So really, I think Santa Barbara City College could not be more important to our community right now. And it was important for degrees, for certificate, for job training, all the different things, but specifically now for the support. I also was in touch with the folks over Westmont and the homeschool group. There's a lot of interest in parents that have chosen to homeschool because for different reasons, just remote learning is not working. We have children with special needs. Parents that just don't have the support to help children at home with these devices. And so I think that while COVID exposed a lot of things, it's also an exciting time to move forward and identify a lot of things that the college can do. And I know Dr. Goswami and I have chatted about this, and he's supportive. The faculty have been amazing. So many students were able to take courses in the summer, so they're not sitting in front of a Zoom right now at their high school, and they're able to support their mental health and do some other things. So I'll continue to work on that. And as we all, reach out to our different circles, I don't think in Santa Barbara, it's not that difficult because we're all connected. So it's a lot of work, but I guess for our group, our team here, give ourselves some grace because these are truly very complicated systems. And it really, I talk to parents every single day and it's like, are people ready to solve problems? And I think we all want to, but it's tough right now. So let's just stay in our lane with SBCC and see what we can do, and let's support the community in every way we can.
Okay, Craig, your hand is still up, but that may be from before. So does anybody else have anything to report? And thanks again, Craig, for your report on the foundation. They do, they're amazing, obviously, and we're so fortunate to have them supporting us. Okay, well, let's move on to our next item, 11.1, Campus Culture Equity Report. And I understand that Dr. Ralston is going to lead this.
Yes, that's right. I've asked Dr. Ralston to present the report.
Dr. Ralston, welcome back.
Okay, every time I move in and out, it switches me around on my electronic setup. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm hoping can be, there we go, shared with us. And this is a very brief report on an enormous amount of work. So I thought if we go on to the next slide, we could talk about how centering in our mission helps establish this work that we've done over the last many months, and in particular in the last year. So thinking about the work that we did to revise our mission, to really reinforce our work toward an equitable, inclusive, respectful, and participatory, supportive community dedicated to the success of each student, I think is really critical. And so our next slide reminds us about Resolution 18, where you as a board decided that it was important to make a commitment to our Black and African American students, faculty, and staff, and that as a result of that, you wanted to hear a quarterly agenda item. So this is the first version of what that will look like as we go forward, and we can start to shape how we can continue this as we go forward in the future. So I'm going to walk us through briefly the course of the last year and focus more intently on work that's occurred over the summer, and we're prepared for this next fall. So if you could move us on to the next slide. I'll talk to you a little bit about some of the major highlights and selected items that we've taken care of over the last year. We've done work on our policies and procedures. In Resolution 18, you asked us to do an even deeper dive, but over the last year, we worked on procedures and policies about discrimination and harassment. Our Program Evaluation Committee has examined its own responsibility to protect or modify programs that serve equity populations. That group also worked with instructional departments to make sure that strategies to improve the success rates of our students who had been disproportionately impacted would improve, and we improved and updated the report a concern workflow. And Dr. Goswami worked to establish regular office hours for our Title IX coordinator, Linda Dozier, who also does work on fielding complaints generally at the campus. Across the entire college, we offered a number of anti-racism and diversity trainings. Crossroads training continued. Several of you were able to attend those through fall and spring. And we had one last deeper dive training in that work that was offered in February. In the summer of 2019, we had a really great diversity training that Lee Moonwa put on for us called the Stir Fry Diversity Training. CSEA and CCG brought him to campus and then had 2 days of opportunities that they opened up more broadly than just their own constituent group. And then we've had a number of people go through our non-credit course designed by faculty member Dr. Carrie Hutchison called Building Applying the Equity Mindset. I think Clara Ora-Presa also helped with that course. So let's move on to the next slide. And then over the last year, our constituent groups have been working collectively to respond to the 2019 survey looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so each of those groups has done kind of focused membership-oriented work. CSEA and CCG have undergone training as EEO reps for hiring committees, work that we think is really important. They've been deeply engaged in all of the trainings that they've been able to attend, and their executive board's involved in a reading group on Layla Saad's Me and White Supremacy, a really interesting text. I think it's exciting that they're doing that. The Academic Senate has been working on sessions of their own time, both in retreat and at their regular meetings, to think about their role and responsibility in what they learned from the survey results. They've also been active in the anti-racism and diversity training work. Our managers group has been dedicating time in their monthly meetings to address concerns that have been identified in the survey. And then they established their own climate survey work group. And our next slide will bring us a little more present. So this takes us to that meeting in June 25th, when you established Resolution 18. And just a reminder of some of the really high points of that work is your commitment to resources being deployed for equity trained academic counselor. And we're working on that we have a dedicated person coming into being at the end of this month. Planning for replacement requests and counseling will also include a focus on serving underrepresented students. I was just fielding some of the work that faculty are doing to get prepared for that faculty prioritization request. You've also been interested in working to finalize policies and procedures by the end of this term that improve and help us communicate through the complaints process, including complaints about racial discrimination. And then this effort of the task force to work on viewing and revising our policies and procedures with an anti-racist and equity lens by the end of spring 2021, a really great goal. That takes us into the work that we've been doing this summer and fall on our next slide. So pedagogy and curriculum have been top of the work that we've been doing in response to COVID, and it's provided us a huge opportunity to work with all of our faculty, both instructional and student services. So we've worked in bringing equity into our distance education addendum process and that curriculum process, updating a process for much better work as a result of that. And then we've been centering equity in our professional development training opportunities. These are a couple of examples of some of the work that's happened across campus. We've had local presentations by our own expert staff and faculty Disrupting Racism, Foundations for Allies Seeking to be Accomplices, which was put on by our Center for Equity and Social Justice. And then a larger effort, including Dr. Dorothy Newman and Roxanne Byrne-Pate, whose last name just changed and I messed that up, sorry about that. 2 series parts, The America We Know, Thoughts on Protest, Policing and Racism. The second piece has already happened as well, focusing on Black liberation, media representation, and the digitization of white supremacy. They're doing some more work that'll be happening this fall that's very exciting as well. And let's bring it into fall semester. So we've also been working with our Ally Learning, our Effective Learning Institute, the Ally work that's been funded with that Title III grant. That's made it possible for us to expand the professional development for faculty and now staff and management as well in these ways. And then our Faculty Resource Center has developed a huge curated webinar list that helps faculty walk through a series of things that they can see on their own time. And our Equity in Action webpage has been launched that includes your Resolution 18, a letter from Dr. Goswami, work from the Ed Programs community and all of our constituent groups. And later our reports on these items will live there as well. One more slide. Just keeps going. We're also working on improving our evaluation and accountability piece. That was something that was very focused on in our survey results. And in effort to do better by that, we have developed an extensive training for managers on the role and effectiveness of evaluation, and our Vice President for Human Resources led that on August 7th. In October, we'll be learning about faculty evaluation with the Liebert Cassidy training series. And then some of the fun news, even though we're not on campus, we've been able to move the Umoja Center and the Center for Equity and Social Justice out of their old digs and into their new location in the campus center, centrally located for students to be able to see where they might be able to access services, support, and community. And our Umoja program, as I mentioned before, will have dedicated academic counseling with a single point of contact. Some work that we think is really crucial. And there we go. This is some of the major work we're moving on for this fall. So the Student Equity Committee is back in action along with the Student Equity and Achievement Committee. Those 2 committees are partnered in our support with funding and goal setting to improve the circumstances and outcomes for disproportionately impacted groups. We're working on a racial equity impact assessment pilot. So this is a piece of work that'll move into program review so that faculty have support and training to really look at data and make plans for improving outcomes for students and their program as a whole. We've been really successful. We talked a lot in the last couple of board meetings about the incredible training and support for online instruction that we've done, and our faculty have developed a next level training for that, online teaching with an equity mindset at the intermediate level, which is really wonderful. And that same group of people have developed a program for serving students with an equity mindset, and that'll be available for our managers and our support staff. And then we mentioned Standard 4A, decision-making and governance, and our improvement plan. It's in that plan that we've really talked about how to improve campus climate and that sense of communication, trust, transparency, and committee participation and involvement. And then Dr. Napoleon referenced work that's happening at the College Planning Council, addressing the next steps in response to the survey. Dr. Goswami will be taking up a series of proposals and considerations at that meeting about next steps for us institutionally with a more unified approach. I walked through that pretty quickly. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
Comments?
Marcia?
I was just going to ask, do we, we're revising the discrimination and harassment policies, which certainly do need to be more useful, not quite so long and better to read. But I'm wondering if we're taking a trip through legal review when you're done with that before we make them final.
I think that's a great consideration. And I know that BPAP on occasion takes policy and procedure back for legal review, and it would be likely that something that could lead to litigation would be well situated to do that as well.
Yeah.
Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you. Looks like a lot of great things are on the way. I really like see that the academic counselors are already placed or about to be placed with Umoja as a dedicated person. That's really great to hear. Sorry, I'm going to move my phone closer so you can hear me better. I know this is the first of these presentations, and I'm glad you invited us to say, okay, let's see how we want to adjust these to fit, help us track the progress. And so what one of my suggestions would be is it'd be good to have some sort of like progress spreadsheet. It has all the action items and goals that Resolution 18 set out. It could have other things that, that's all the processes, say that we need to do as well. And then just something that shows, where the progress is at with these projects, expected date to finish, just to measure our expectations, let us be able to, say, okay, this is going to be done in June. Let's not say why it's not done yet now, for example. But also we can have it's accountability. We can say, okay, by June we should see something on that, and then helps us do our job better. So I think that would be great, like a tracker, a progress trackers that for each of because Resolution 18 has a lot in it.
Right.
And you can get kind of lost saying, okay, we're doing this piece, but then you might forget about another piece. So I think having it in that format would let us say, okay, we've done well on some, and now we have to step it up on others that, we haven't worked on yet. So I think that would be great. And then another question, or, could be part of the reports too, is just wondering, what the involvement of the Black Faculty and Staff Association has been, and if there's a representative here today, they can maybe share perspective if they were prepared to do so. But it would be good to have, some of the voices of the people involved also speaking up about where they see things going, what they see as the hurdles and the best accomplishments so far.
Thank you, Jonathan. Trustee Gallardo.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Dr. Ralston. You look very nice in your shawl, so I noticed that first.
Getting chilly, which
Oh,
seems
well,
like a good thing.
It's very pretty, so you'll have to tell me who and what. When they say, who are you wearing? You need to tell me. So my first thought was like Jonathan, I was wondering, how are we measuring this? And that actually, Dr. Ralston, made me think. My first question in terms of how we're measuring, how does this work in tandem with the equity plan? Because I'm assuming this isn't just something on left field in isolation that is not having a direct impact with something's in place. So can you talk a little bit more about how that's?
I can. I'm also going to bounce the ball back to Dr. Goswami back and forth.
Yep. Let me. So one of the things, at least my assessment, is that when we did the climate survey, it combined both climate issues that are purely climate issues with the equity issues also. Obviously, some are connected, but many climate issues are climate issues. Like if you're not doing evaluations properly, that is not an equity issue. That is simply we're not doing evaluation properly and contributing to a morale issue. So what we want to do, what my attempt is going forward, is to separate the two somewhat a little bit, so that we address the purely climate issues, which is independence, which may or may not be independent of equity, from the equity issues. And so the meeting that Ryan was talking about is an attempt to kind of get a handle on what are the equity issues that we identified from the climate study. So the climate study also identified actual climate issues that are nothing to do with equity. So and right now we lump everything together. I'm trying to separate the two so that we kind of develop approaches to handle both at the same time. So yes. So the equity issues ultimately will have to tie into the equity plan. And that brings me to another point about the climate survey, that the climate survey is not the be all or end all, because it has very little to do with students. So therefore, so we have to find a connection to student equity. So therefore, now we have to go beyond just that survey to develop the point that deals with student equity.
That's good. I appreciate that methodology to really look at it in that way. And so then that brings me to my next thought that I had as Dr. Ralston was speaking. So we covered how we can measure this and the methodology used. And so I think that that all makes sense. How is it, are we seeing that some of these strategies, Dr. Ralston, Dr. Goswami, and these initiatives, are they moving us forward to unite people in that core value that we have, in that diversity and free exchange of ideas? Or is it, are we still sort of, I guess it's hard because we're all remote right now. Are we in the stage still where, you know, in organizations, you typically have the same group of people, like same, doing the same thing. And then these folks are doing their thing, but folks don't come together on the issue of student outcomes or student equity, regardless of thinking different about something and how they can move forward. And I guess that's what I'm interested in. It's picking up on what you said, Dr. Goswami. How does this relate to the data we see in-house with our students and outcomes and success? And are we moving our students forward? Or are the strategies, are they making us feel good, like we're doing something and it's helping one group of people further dive into something that they're already interested in? Or are we moving towards having a collective conversation as a California Community College district in Santa Barbara for what is pertinent to Santa Barbara and our unique situation here as an SBCC family and as an extension of our larger community? I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, what I can speak is the sense I get by observing and talking to people is that things that we are doing are not necessarily feel good, but actually is providing, producing some impacts and change. My intent is sometime next year we will do another survey so that we can track what exactly happened or didn't happen. But in the meantime, from my observation of how people are solving very, very difficult challenges and coming together in committees with conflicting opinions and things like that. And I haven't seen things blow up like they used to blow up in the past. So people have figured out the way to work together, even though when they come to a meeting with very difficult and different points of view. So I think from that sense, we have made progress. That people are listening to others. People are receptive to different points of view, and perhaps compromise no longer is a bad word, because sometimes when you work with people, you might have to compromise on some things. So my observation is that we are in the healing phase, and end of it will come out well. But again, we'll have to validate that and see what we are still lacking by doing another survey.
That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think the whole board, and obviously I thought of that and I brought that up is because that is our goal. And I have seen anecdotally, some of you've mentioned the impact of this, what you're describing of folks coming together, even though I wasn't in-house at the college and we're all remotely, the evidence I see in the community is steps towards student success and families feeling a connection to the college and families feeling a connection to their faculty, to their professors. Classes are happening in people's kitchens. So even though at the college a student is independent, with dual enrollment, the parent is watching that professor. And so it's good. To me, that's a testament of folks that come together to improve student outcomes and to further support our mission. So thank you. I think that anecdotally, I've had that sense, and I'm completely just ready and to support that in any capacity, because for us locally here living with kids, we have nothing nowhere else to go. And even if we wanted to send our kids off to college somewhere, right now we can't. So if there was ever a time for us to get it, stick nicely packed and moving forward for this community, I think it's now, and everyone's done a good job. So thank you for sharing that, Dr. Goswami. I appreciate that. And I look forward to supporting that unifying work to just move forward with good data and seeing our students succeed their goals.
Anybody else have questions or comments for Dr. Ralston? Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to have maybe the rest of us do is I'd like to have a copy of your PowerPoint. I thought it was very, very helpful to have you outline all the various activities, and I thought it was a very good report.
It will become part of the minutes also.
Yes, okay, very good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item, which is 11.2, a report of sabbatical outcome by Kimberly Monda. But before we call on Kimberly, I'd just like to say I think we'll take a break after her presentation. We have a couple meaty discussions after that before we go to closed session. So I think it'd be a good time after we finish 11.2. So I think I see Kimberly has joined us. So welcome to our meeting, and we look forward to hearing your report.
Great. I can't tell if I have the power to turn on my video or do I wait? Can you hear me?
I think you have to click.
Oh, there we go. Yes. All right.
Okay.
So thank you. You guys are heroic. I'm glad I won't be coming back after the break, but thank you. And I know Clyde is there, I think, to do our slides. So I do have 10 slides. I'm going to really talk mostly about 3. And so here we go. All right, great. So again, there's 10, but I'm not going to talk that long for them. So I want to again, thank you for your service. I know everything's so much more complicated. I know for me, it's been really challenging to start the semester. Things are going great, but everything's new. Even this is so weird to have to do it this way. It's lovely to see all of you. I also want to do a thank you to Clyde, and I think I'm ready to go to the next slide. Great. So these are the official outcomes, and those are, you've seen them before, and they're really important. Our sabbatical leave committee does an amazing job making sure we are real clear about what we're going to accomplish, that it's going to serve the college, and that we do it. And I did, and it was great. I designed an online class for English 110, and great timing, right? So that was really a blessing because I was not real technologically savvy, but it is a huge undertaking. And so for my classes that I had to move online for fall, an honors class and a sophomore literature class, I couldn't quickly enough craft an online class that can duplicate what I do in person. So I am doing a combination of synchronous and online for those classes. And just to give you a glimpse into how complex it is to turn the online instruction face-to-face into online, it is incredibly complex. And this merging I have going for my other classes seems to be going really well. It takes really hard to go fully online. So I mentioned how great that committee is to help us. And so my goal for today is to recognize, I know for people in the public, and maybe, I don't know, even for some trustees, you look at this as sabbatical as this kind of fluffy thing. We're in a budget crisis, and I am really here to share with you why they're worth the investment. So Clyde, thank you. If you could go to the next slide. I have 3 things that I'm calling the magic of a sabbatical. And it's kind of like teaching. You know, we have these student learning outcomes, and we have these course records of outline, which you've all seen pieces of over the years. And they're important because they show transfer institutions, they show the public, they show all of us what we need to accomplish. But there's so much that happens in a classroom that isn't in those documents, right? The magic of the people who come, what each instructor brings. And so every sabbatical has that. And I was thinking, that's what I really want to share with you. So the first one is, I started the amazing first Crossroads training. We had 3 different workshops. And even though I was going on sabbatical, I'm like, I'm still going to do this. So I started the one in fall, and then we had 2 more. And because I was on sabbatical in spring, I could read extra texts, and I could really commit myself to trying to change my orientation in a lot of ways. And so that was an amazing gift that I had that extra time to read these texts and to really reflect. So that's the first one. And then the next slide talks about a second unplanned activity. That spring happened to coincide with this amazing workshops that Dr. Carrasco and Professor Gandara helped organize, and other people in the community and UCSB. And they had all of these different events, especially related to Chicano studies and to Chicano culture. And I'm from Wisconsin, and then I was on the East Coast, and I never got enough of this background. I'd done some reading on my own, but another magic of this sabbatical was I could spend time in going to all of these different events that were here at City College, and some were at the local art museum, you know, because our program has that amazing connection to our community. And so I had the time to do that, and I could bring that insight back into my class and feel much more comfortable talking about current events and teaching Gloria Anzaldúa with this further background. So that was my second extra magical opportunity. And then the next one, please, my third magic, was I had committed to bringing ideas about culturally responsive pedagogy to the online environment. And I didn't feel like I could have enough of a human presence and interaction with students. So I never wanted to teach online, but having gotten a lot of different types of trainings at the school, and this was one of these books that was recommended to us by one of the Ally trainings, which Dr. Ralston mentioned in her report about all the equity work we've been doing on campus. And so I got to spend the time and read this book and take notes on it. And again, it's a big endeavor to kind of think about your pedagogy in new ways. So I thought it would be interesting for you to quickly just see the big takeaways for me from this book. So the first one is about the importance of choice, that if you give students choice of what they're going to write on, they're going to be able to find a point of engagement. The second one is thinking about these academic things we do and connecting them to schemas that students already have. And then the next slide, please. Making things visible. And I think that's scholarship we've been recognizing this for a long time, but to figure out how to do that online, to really show how you approach assignments and give different types of models and scaffolding. Add reflection on their learning. So online, my students create a learning log throughout the semester and really think about all the things they're working on. Grading practices that reflect growth and improvement. And we've been having more training on that too. I mean, there's so many ways that the school system can really disadvantage students who don't have the background from family who've gone to school, and also depending on things that are going on in life, you really want to make sure that you can always help students get the best grade that they can. And then to also share some of my struggles as a learner, and it empowers them to recognize, oh, whoa, even the teacher had these kinds of things and still struggles. And of course, it's been really easy now because we're doing all these new things online. So I've been able to really share with them, yes, it's hard for all of us. Relax, breathe, it's okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, I'm on the home stretch here. So the next one, oh, there's one more magic. We're all working to get students texts that don't cost them a lot. And I don't know if people know this, but the very famous letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. King originally wrote that from prison, and that's free online, but then he revised it and put it into his autobiography. And then there's copyright fees to read that text. And I really like to read the final text that a writer writes because they worked on it. So I found out from my the publisher who did my reader that if I edit his text, it could be free to the students because then it's an academic. So I had 3 weeks to work on this. So I just went over it. I did strike through and underline, and Trustee Croninger probably remembers that is what we do with our board policies and administrative procedures. So I really had that down. So you cross out the old language, underline the new, and I have 136 footnotes analyzing his brilliance as he revised this. And so my students look at this text, not only to learn from its content, but also to learn from a master writer. So that was another magic thing that I didn't plan. Okay, so the last part I wanted to share with you, I have 3 student. So on the next slide, I have a student, 3 student comments. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So I want to give these student voices, and you guys can see it well enough. I wonder, you could even read it later, maybe. I don't know now that you're all so tired. So I'll try to just give you a couple highlights instead of reading all of it. So this was a student who I'll just read a few lines in. Receiving a critique that was very thoughtful made me feel seen. And I think that is what I long for when I write. I understand that in the cases where my sentences got too wordy and nearly unintelligible, I was trying too hard. And in my responses to my peers, I used a language that was clear, concise, and much easier to comprehend. And then she talks about this meta lesson about audience. So online, there's so much interaction with their work. And I told her, look at your voice in your discussion posts versus your voice in these more academic moments. And she had this aha moment of, oh, I need to bring that voice that I communicate to my peers to my academic writing. And so that only happened online because I wouldn't have seen that different interaction. So that was kind of this really cool thing. There are some benefits. Then the next student feedback. So this slide, I also left this in you. I was getting this presentation ready. If we could go to the next slide when you get a chance. Yes. And so I was getting this presentation ready, getting ready for school. And so I halfway learned how to put in a background picture. Now, ideally, I should be able to dim it out a little, right? You make it, yeah. But I'm like, you know what? I can't do anymore. I'm exhausted. I got to turn this thing in. I got to go read stuff. And so what I'm sharing to you is we're all kind of getting to this place. It's like, you got to do what you can. And so this is a model to show you, the things that one halfway learns as we try to take on so much new stuff, because these are that wonderful success factors that have shaped so much of our pedagogy here. So this was a student who got an oral response. So also online Canvas, you can record things, and to give the voice, to give that human presence and to show that encouragement when you're reading their work. So this one, she said, I've listened to it so much. The oral response made me nervous, but I loved it. I appreciated your positive comments. It has made me believe in myself, and it's helping me get through the semester. I'm really going to work on these revisions so I can continue to do well for you. So to give that voice while you're giving that, like if you just write comments, they can sound like, oh, she doesn't like, but she could hear in the voice, I really respected what she was doing and excited about it, but there was more work to do. Last slide. And I'm sorry, I'm on two computers, and then you forget which mouse you should be doing. Okay, so this last one is a student who started out in ESL, so in the middle there, an 88. And then I loved it. In a way, this semester was a huge psychological exam for me. As a student who did not know English at the time of arriving in the United States, I always had low self-esteem and was too shy to talk and express myself as I was too afraid to make mistakes or simply didn't know how to say a certain phrase. Surprisingly, the emotions I experienced during talking slowly transferring to writing as well. Luckily, I was able to feel some changes throughout the semester. Even with many times I felt up and down, every assignment and paper brought me something new to develop. Although I was very shy in the beginning, I was able to loosen the barriers that kept me from writing, develop better as a thinker, and become a better writer. So again, in this online environment, this is the community college, all these different students, and it has been an incredible blessing to get to individualize even more and to get to support my students. So I just want to thank you for the gift of a sabbatical. And I know you all know this is why you're in these meetings and you're on this board, but the work we do is, so important, and we are helping so many students, as you all know. So I thank all of you, and I thank our leadership for this incredible hard work that we're all doing in this probably the strangest time, knock on wood, of our lives as a society. So thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly, for your very engaging presentation. It must be really affirming to receive responses like that from your students and to know that you're making a connection and that they're progressing. How wonderful that must feel for you.
Yes, I'm really blessed. Thank you.
Trustee Gallardo, you have a comment or question?
Yes, it's so good to see you, Kim. And I was wondering, like, how come I haven't seen her? And of course, because you went on this wonderful sabbatical. And I received a comment some time ago about English professor and this mother could cry, and I could cry right now. I was having dinner with her, and she's just sharing out just the impact that, an English professor can have on her son. And she was talking about you, Kim. And of course she was. And so I just think you were already an amazing person, with such a heart for students. And so just looking at your presentation right now, and even talking about like adaptations and scaffolds, and that's something that we know is it's just good teaching to support kids. You're not dumbing it down. You're not making it easier. You're holding it to the same rigor of high standards, but you're saying, how can I support you so that you can meet your goal? And so I think it's awesome what you did here. And I'm glad you're still teaching, because we will be enrolling kids into your course. So thank you for taking this time. And I can see how you get to the end of something and you're just tired, but I know that this is like not I'm done, I submitted it. It's like I'm putting it down for now, because you're such a learner yourself. So thank you for your contributions to the college, Kim, and to your family. Your son's probably now in high school, I think.
I have a sophomore in high school and a senior at UCLA. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's been amazing to watch them deal with all this too. Really, as you all know, you're all doing it too. And like you said, from the kitchens and, your homes, and it's amazing. And we're all going to grow.
Trustee Nielsen, you have a
Kim, it's been a long time since I had a chance to see you and hear you. I want to tell you thank you. I have two children, and they're both teachers. One of them is an K through 12, literally, art teacher in a different part of California. And he had to take his art classes and put them online.
Oh, yeah.
And since he teaches like 9 different grades, it was like every single lesson had to be, there's almost no repetition. And so I tried to record your presentation, because there were parts of that I think he could benefit from. And only pros like you could dispense that kind of information so easily.
Yeah.
At least you make it appear that way. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. And if anybody wants the King essay, they could email me and I'll send it to you. It's pretty great to see his annotate his revisions. Hang in there.
Hey, Kimberly, thank you again.
Thank you all.
Okay. So that leads us to our 15-minute break. And we'll come back and dig into budget and the PE building, and maybe something else, maybe the equity plan. I'm not sure. I don't have.
Good. We might get done by midnight.
That's my goal. Yeah. Okay. See you in 15 minutes. So Craig, are the 15 minutes up?
I'm not sure. For me, they are.
Okay. I think they are.
Yeah, I think 50 minutes is up.
Yeah. Is everybody with us?
Yeah, they're coming in.
Okay. So we will move on to item 11.3, adopted budget and 5-year fiscal projections. And Dr. Goswami, will you start this, or Lindsay?
I will just tee it off, but we'll bring in James and Lindsay.
Okay.
And James will make the actual presentation. So what you have in front of you is the adopted budget, the way it's shaping up for 2021. We incorporated all the information that we have at this point in time regarding our revenues and our expenditures. And based on that, I'm fairly comfortable that the numbers we're presenting are the numbers that we are going to end up with. We are probably on the more conservative side, but regardless, this is where I think we will end up. The 5-year budget projections that you are seeing does not take into account any proactive actions that we might take to reduce the deficit. So the 5-year projection is basically if we keep doing things the way we are doing and make minor adjustments here and there, that's where we're going to end up. So in a certain sense, if you look at the net change in fund balance in the 5-year projections, that gives you an idea of the amount of the structural deficit that we might have looking forward in years 3, 4, and 5. So with that, I will turn it over to James, who will take you through. You'll get an opportunity to discuss this more in detail at the study session, so that we can talk about also some of the strategies that we can deploy to address some of the long-term budget concerns. But I want James to give you an idea of how what are some of the changes from the tentative budget that got us here.
Dr. Goswami, before we go on to James, just process-wise, this is our first review of adopted budget, and then we will take action on it at our October meeting. Is that right?
October meeting, right.
Okay. And the 5-year projections, are the 5-year projections, they're being done at the same time tonight, are they, is that something that we will adopt as part of the adopted budget, or is that just for our own planning?
I think technically you approve the adopted budget.
Yeah. But are the 5-year projections part of the adopted budget?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. Welcome, James.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So I do want to pull up the actual presentation. That would be the one. All right, so as Dr. Goswami mentioned, this presentation is really geared to walk us through what the changes have been from the tentative budget, and also to give you a first look at what the adopted budget will look like in the unrestricted general fund. The attachment, we also attached the entire budget so you can see what all of the funds look like, but we're planning on just working through the unrestricted general fund as part of this presentation. So go ahead and jump onto the next slide. Kind of just a quick outline we're going to hit. So I think, Clyde, go ahead and just move on to the next one. State budget deferrals, we've talked about this as part of the tentative budget. So as part of their efforts to balance the budget, the state did include very large deferrals in their final budget for the year, which is a total of $1.5 billion. $791 million of that would trigger off if Congress approves the fourth stimulus package by October 1st, 2020. I'm watching the news every day to see what happens there, but that's kind of still a little bit of a wait and see. Right now, I'm kind of planning for the worst and hoping for the best. So cash deferrals will begin under the current plan beginning in February of 2021 and go through June of 2021. Essentially, during that time, we won't receive any of our state apportionment payments throughout the spring. They're also going to be front-loading all of our cash payments for all of our other programs. They're doing that in order to give districts who have more cash flow challenges a little bit more cash up front. In our case, it won't really impact us, but it is something that they're doing. The other thing is, if you hear anything about deferrals related to the Student Equity and Achievement Funds, what they're doing is essentially there wasn't enough cash to meet the February through June schedule in their payment schedules. So they're also deferring the Student Equity and Achievement Funds. Again, that won't really have any impact on us as well, or the Student Equity and Achievement Program. They'll still get their same revenue, still be able to spend their same budget. It's just a timing of when the cash is coming into us. So go ahead, next slide. So this is a look at what our share of these deferrals are currently estimated at. We're looking at about a total of $17.1 million between the general apportionment deferral and the Student Equity and Achievement, or the C Fund deferral. So that's a little higher than we had looked at in the tentative budget, largely due to the fact that the state has changed their methodology on how they're doing this. And they're making it so that districts are getting a percentage of their total computational revenue deferral deferred. That's done as an equity thing for districts who have lower property tax revenues, so that they don't get hit harder than districts who are bringing in higher local revenues. So just to give you an idea where we're at in terms of our cash position, looking at just our unrestricted general fund, our construction and equipment funds, which are purely unrestricted funds, we have cash in excess of $50 million as of June 30th, 2020. And then there's an additional $27 million in other restricted funds. That cash is available for district cash flow needs if we were to need it. But ultimately, we have more than sufficient cash to cover the anticipated deferrals. So just to let everybody know where we're at with that. The other thing is part of the budget and is COVID-19 relief grants. There was a number of grants. Some of them came in as part of the state budget, and then also the CARES Act that we've talked about before. This is just a brief overview of the three major grants. So the first one is the CARES Act that we've talked about. That's $2.88 million from that one. And then primarily we can use this on transitioning instruction to new methodologies as kind of a general things, or significant changes we've had to undertake in the way we're teaching courses because of the COVID pandemic. So faculty training, IT equipment provided to students. We've provided a lot of hotspots and a lot of Chromebooks, et cetera, for students. We've also worked with the music program out of these funds. So a lot of, to provide them the technology they need to teach online. We're also able to use this for any cleaning costs. When we do eventually come back in person, if we have significant additional cleaning costs, we're able to use this for those. And then also it can be used for grants to students that are impacted by COVID-19. And I should say for all of these, we're still working on identifying the best ways to spend all of this money to make sure that we maximize its impact for the district. And this block of money needs to be spent by June 2021. Okay, next slide. And then the state budget included two different relief grants, all kind of lumped together as a COVID block grant. The first one is $617,000 coming to the district for is a federal pass-through from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And then the second is a $757,000 grant from Prop 98. So the federal pass-through has to be spent by the end of December 2020. And the COVID block grant from Prop 98, they're giving us 2 years with that money. So we have through June 2022 on that group. So for this, it's a little bit more flexible on a lot of the spending for it. There's money for re-engagement. We can use it for re-engagement strategies of students, funding for online course development, professional development opportunities for faculty and student services professionals, investments to close the digital divide, including allowing staff and faculty working from home, helping provide the technology that's needed for that. And then support to address other barriers, and then also cleaning supplies or PPE as necessary. So, okay, next slide. All right, so now this is basically not our full assumptions. This is just what has changed since the tentative budget. So one of the things that we've changed is our FTES assumption around resident FTES. What we did was look at our, what's essentially our floor. The Chancellor's Office has emergency conditions that allow us to use our 2019-20 P1 FTES, which is the 320 report that we file, our enrollment report that gets filed in, I want to say November, but what comes out with our February apportionment. We can use our FTES from that report for fiscal year 2021 for all years going forward, meaning that in any year where there's a 3-year average that would include that fiscal year, we would be allowed to use those numbers. And that also goes to the success and supplemental counts if we see a decline in those. So essentially, we're guaranteed to receive funding for at least that level of FTES, which is, so we went ahead and used that to develop our total computational revenue for the adopted budget. That ended up being about $100,000 lower than what we had in the tentative budget, just based on some of the estimates that were in P1. We also updated the lottery revenues. This is a fairly small change, just based on updated numbers from the Chancellor's Office for what they're estimating. The biggest changes have been in our assumptions around international and out-of-state tuition. Our international assumption at tentative budget was a 30% decline year over year. Based on the trends we're seeing now, as well as an anticipated future decline in spring, we've upped that to a 60% decrease, which is $2.25 million additional decline from the tentative budget. And then out-of-state tuition was at a 20% decline. And again, we've moved that to a 45% decline. That's both of those anticipate additional declines further in the spring. So we're trying to take a much more conservative look at these for our adopted budget. So that out-of-state tuition would be an additional $1.2 million decline. All right, next. Now on the expenditure side, we're offering a smaller schedule in fall, as well as some more efficient courses. So estimated savings from that is about $3.3 million, which is $2.9 million more than we had in the tentative budget. And then also we have looked at our utility usage in spring and saw how much lower that was than spring the prior year. I use that to estimate that we'll save a total of $360,000 from having limited on-campus operations next year. So that's $260,000 savings more than what was in the tentative budget. So both of these are actually reducing our expenditures. All right, I think I'll pause and see if anybody has any. Oh, yeah, actually, one more slide. And then our transfer assumption changes, a couple minor adjustments in our transfers to the Children's Center and the Self-Insurance Fund. As I looked at the funds, they just needed a little bit more money in order to meet their planned expenditures. The transfer to the Food Service Fund is looking at about a $900,000 transfer at this point. That's assuming no revenues for the whole year. So in the event that we would be able to open in spring or at any point throughout the year, any revenues that we would be able to bring in would reduce the need for that transfer. And then the transfer to the parking fund, again, that's backfilling the fact that with limited on-campus operations, we're going to generate very, very little revenue in that area. And so that's primarily covering our costs of securing the campus and running that program. And then the other thing is a transfer in from our facility rentals operations. That's largely due to Kaplan coming back beginning in December. We have gotten confirmation from them that they're planning on doing that, so we've gone ahead and added that into the budget. So, all right, so I think now's a good time to pause for a couple quick questions. Anybody has anything so far?
Veronica, is your hand raised?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. James, can you go back to the calculating the FTS from our 320 report? You said it well, but you went really fast. And so I just want to understand, how long are we calculating our FTS based on that report? Like literally forever until?
So it's any year where we would use, where fiscal year 2021 would be part of the student-centered funding formula calculation. So what we can do is replace 2021 with our 1920 numbers. Essentially, they're keep saying that we shouldn't have a loss in our FTES because of the pandemic. So they're allowing us to just use that number. And then in future years, whenever 2021 is part of a 3-year average, whether it's for FTES calculation or the success and supplemental or the success factors, we would be able to continue using 2021. So it would hold us at that level going forward. This is, I think it might be part of your question. It's 1 year. We're not going to be able to be held harmless to that forever. At least they haven't announced anything along those lines. It's really just the 1 year.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at the moment, James.
Hey, wait, Robert.
Okay, there you are.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. I had queued my questions a little bit to the assumptions in the budget itself, so they may not quite fit. But here's the first question. Does this budget as a whole, in all of its pieces, assume a continuation of primarily online teaching in spring 2021, just as we're doing now, basically?
It's assuming that we continue, at least in a limited fashion, online. I think that's one of the things we had said later on in the presentation about some of the risks.
What do you mean by in a limited fashion? I mean, we talked last time about needing we're online budget. And I think everybody agreed we would like to see that budget because it's different from in person. So I'm trying to figure out whether we really got there in this budget or there's more to do to take it to a budget that both semesters look the same, basically.
This is a lot closer to a mostly online budget. Like I said, we're looking at food service having 0 revenue for the year. couldn't say in terms of ed programs. I know we tried to not over-reduce our budget in terms of expenditures. We tried to keep it as conservative as possible, but it is looking like it's a more online in the spring. And you know, that's a real big unknown.
Okay, well, I think we should say that. I mean, it's a fundamental assumption to this budget in this unique time that where are we teaching and the consequences of that? Because some things like food service will change when we go back to in-person, and other things will not. And I think, you know, just in the nature of assumptions, it makes a lot of sense to say that. And if there are areas where we haven't quite made that transition, I would hope we would look at that closely before we get to the next iteration. The savings that you talked about, the 3.3 million from fewer sections from lower enrollment, you said that includes spring. How many fewer part-time faculty are we looking at?
We are not looking at faculty numbers, we are looking at TLUs, because we go by TLUs in terms of calculating costs.
But we're talking about fewer sections.
Yes,
So presumably each section corresponds to a teacher.
yes.
So,
I mean, TLUs corresponds to sections and sections corresponds to teachers.
so I was just wondering, do we have a sense of how many teachers were not?
We haven't looked at it because, you know, some teach one class, some teach. The whole point is, the way it's playing out is that some who had 3 courses may only get to teach 2 courses. Some who had 2 courses get to teach only 1 course. Some full-time faculty who used to get lots of overload now doesn't get overloads. So yeah, there will be some people who will not have assignments. So I'm pretty sure there are faculty members who probably had 1 course and now they don't have 1 course to teach.
Okay. Do we have an approximate number of sections that are fewer?
It's 1,500 TLUs.
But not, I mean, some sections are 5 or 4.
5, 6, no. So somewhere around, I'll be guessing somewhere around 400.
Okay. There is an assumption in local revenue that we carried through from the tentative budget, which basically says that local revenue is assumed to be flat. My question there is that it looks to me like the guidance from the Chancellor's office from the August 28th letter that they sent with the various attachments about how we will get paid, that they are saying we will not increase your state general fund money to cover loss of student tuition. And since we have this 4,700 or so fewer TLUs, at least through summer 2 and fall, and presumably some assumed lower enrollment in spring, don't we have a gap there in terms of lost tuition if they're not going to make it up?
Marshall, I believe what they're talking about is cash flow. Again, so that's one of those, it will get made up as part of our total computational revenue calculation. They just won't be issuing any additional money in a recalc until February of the following year. So typically they would true up our estimated tuition in February. They won't have any cash in order to do that because of the deferrals. Because they won't have any cash to pay us to true that up, we'll see that as part of recalc in the following February. So it wouldn't affect our actual revenue.
Well, I guess I would ask if you look at that, because that's not how I was reading it when I looked at the memo that they sent. And they also had the idea that the hold harmless was generated using current year projected FTES, and that they had used 2021 in the interim. So it's not clear to me from this memo, and I think I mentioned this last time, that there's not going to be some kind of mid-year adjustment here where folks say, wait a minute, we did the hold harmless when we thought everyone was going to be over-enrolled. Now we see a lot of colleges under-enrolled, and of course we are short of money. So is there going to be a mid-year adjustment there for that? As well as the shortfall for us in local revenue from student tuition. So I'm just suggesting, I mean, this is a complicated system. I recognize you guys are working on very difficult circumstances and trying to put all this together to make sense, but that would be something to maybe look at as we move through this process. Another thing I was wondering is, have we looked at how many of our current out-of-state and international students are new first-time students versus continuing students? Because we had a presentation on that previously in 2019, and it was clear that the number of new students was dropping, as was the number of total students. And so when you have a new student, you would expect them to move on and maybe take another year or even 2 years. But if they are mostly continuing students that we have in our pool, then it's less likely that you're going to continue with as many. Have we looked at that?
I don't have that information offhand, but yes, I do know that we talked about these assumptions with Carola, who's in charge of the international program. And I know that was one of the things she was looking at, was kind of our pipeline of students and where we're at with that group. That's part of the reason we assumed a little bit larger decline in the spring.
Okay. And then I think the same thing would apply to disaggregating in-district students versus California resident students from elsewhere. Because again, your in-district students are somewhat more likely to be part-time students than your students who come to live in Santa Barbara and go to school. Those are a little bit more likely to be full-time. So it affects our total units, the distribution. So I'm wondering if we're seeing a change this year due to the COVID in that distribution of students as we try to predict where we're headed. So it's another thing to be thinking about. And then the other thing the 3.3 million, the reason it's a savings here is, I mean, we normally get paid for how many students we serve and the number of hours. So the reasons it's a savings is because of this home harmless clause, right? I mean, otherwise we would be getting paid less and we would be having lower enrollment both together.
No, we could have chosen to enroll the same number of students by having 400 more sections.
Say that again?
We could have chosen to enroll the same number of students that we have right now by having 400 more sections. And we have chosen to strategically cut sections to channel students to the right courses and not have enough surplus capacity in our courses.
No, I appreciate that efficiency element of it, but we are also being held harmless for not having as many students, as many units as we did in 2021, correct?
I'm not understanding, because what
I mean, James was just talking
we are
about
spending $3.3 million less than what we had planned before. So,
and we are using last year's FTES, which we are not matching this year, right? I mean, James was just talking about that in the presentation.
but that doesn't matter because we are reducing our income on the other side. And they don't have to match one-to-one.
No,
So, our revenues has gone down $4.5 million or something like that. And our expenses have gone down $3.3 million. So.
Correct, but
I don't see the equivalence.
our revenue would go down to match the FTES in any other normal year. We're taking advantage of a hold harmless, right?
Definitely.
Isn't that what James was just saying?
But that has nothing to do with this $3.3 million. Whether we could have chosen to save only $2 million and the whole harmless will still apply.
Okay, so how much does it have to do with? How much of it are we being held harmless?
That we'll have to compute the 3-year average and find out whether we are short 100 students or 150 FTEs or whatever, but not much. Because as I said, we are short only
4,700 units right now.
Which is 150, 160 FTEs.
Yeah.
And then we're going to add dual credit at some point in time. But I don't understand what the whole harmless has to do with our budget.
We're being allowed to use numbers that we no longer match. As we have a declining enrollment, we're using last year's numbers when it was a higher enrollment. That's the essence of the hold harmless. They say you can use your student success ones for 18-19 and you can use your last year's FTES.
But I'm still not getting it. What is the point?
The point is that's unique right now that we're being held harmless for 1 year. I think James said it's only good for 1 year when Veronica asked about.
That's right.
Okay, that's just my point, that it's unusual that we're taking advantage of the hold harmless, and we have to remember that as we go forward.
But we have been held harmless in the past also. The California system has held institutions harmless even in past recessions and things like that in the past also. So I don't know what do you mean by taking advantage.
I don't mean taking advantage. I mean, we're getting money that we don't normally get it's like getting a raise. We got a raise in our payments for a smaller number of students by getting paid last year, the same as last year. That's all. I don't think it's complicated. So anyway, let's.
I still didn't get it, no, what it is, but no, anyway.
Okay, well, we can talk about it separately. We don't need to drag it out. So let's see.
If you don't mind me interjecting, Trustee Croninger, James actually did have additional presentation to finish. Maybe we should let him finish the presentation.
I'm not trying to stop that. I'm just trying to figure out how to match up what I had in questions to just the presentation. That's all. But go ahead, James. I think I can match the other questions to that.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and jump to that next slide there. Okay, so this is a look at the actual rolled up numbers from the budget. So this is also the first chance for everyone to really see what our actual numbers are looking for 2019-20. You can see that ultimately we did a little bit better in revenues than we had originally budgeted for the year. And also we saved money on expenses. So what we're looking at, I just wanted to point out, is about a $2.9 million deficit last year. Our original budget that was adopted last September was a $3.3 million deficit. So the numbers are not 100% final, but they're really pretty close at this point. So we did end up doing better last year than we had originally budgeted. So our budget for 2021, ultimately, if you look at it, the bottom line down there is a net change in our fund balance of $4.9 million deficit. And I think if you walk through the assumption changes we talked about, that's kind of the result of all of those changes. So go ahead, go to the next slide. So this is looking at our reserve details. So one major change in here is if we look at our board policy on our reserves, it's a total of the 5% plus either 15% or the general apportionment deferral. So this is where I've gone ahead and plugged in that estimated deferral, which actually increases our required reserve over that additional 15%. So what you'll see here is we're actually needing to use reserves a little in excess of what the minimum policy says, because those deferrals ended up being so high. Okay, go ahead to the next slide there. So this is looking at our capital project funds and kind of just the budgets for those moving across. The headers at the top, I did get pointed out, those are, they should say 2021 for the revenues, expenses, and transfers. I'll get that fixed on that next presentation. But this just shows kind of where those reserves, where those budgets are moving, and where what fund balances we will have as of the end of the year. And then the next slide, this is that fund balance slide that you'll see that we always are showing, where you can see the fund balances from all of those different those funds, the unrestricted general fund as well as our capital projects funds, kind of all combined. That line there at the board minimum, you can see that's where that blue bar is coming in underneath that this year. And I think that is, oh, one more. And then we did try and throw in some of the areas where we're looking at it in terms of uncertainty. Like I said, trying to predict our non-resident tuition right now is very challenging, but we did the best we could in order to make those estimates. There is a chance we could receive more or less revenue in this area depending on what actually happens. The state budget, there is always a risk of a deficit factor if the state revenues come in significantly lower than the estimates that they had put into their state budget. From my understanding, the early returns in July were actually relatively close, but you know that's always a risk for us. And then also the state is using significant deferrals to balance the 2021 budget. They're planning on paying those back next year. However, there's always a risk of future deferrals. And then also on campus operations, we are looking at this budget being for limited on-campus operations and a smaller schedule for fall and spring. And in the event that we were able to fully open, we would need to make some adjustments to this budget. All right, and then all right, one more, here we go. So what's next? So basically, we will be continuing to refine the budgets over the next month. We're pretty much settled on where we're gonna be. Our restricted funds are budgeted pretty close, but we are still working with budget managers in those areas to allocate some of those funds to different areas. So if you look at the restricted funds in the full budget, you'll see a large appropriation for contingencies. That's essentially money that hasn't yet been allocated for a specific purpose within those funds. The majority of our COVID relief funds are budgeted down there, and as we determine what purpose we're going to be using those for, we'll pull it out of that contingency and move it up to match what we're actually going to need it for. We also want to take one more look at all of the revenue generating funds. This is primarily the campus store and the Children's Center. We did our best estimate with the tentative budget. We haven't really moved those yet, but now that they have a little bit more of a reality under their belt, they've seen what, you know, particularly the campus store, they've seen what their sales will look like in a more of an online environment. we want to take a look at what those look like and maybe adjust that budget as we go into that final version of the budget. And then it's essentially budget tour time. We're going to start presenting this budget around the campus. CPC, the Academic Senate, Classified Consultation Group, Associated Student Government, and we're also going to hold campus budget forums at the beginning of October to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to see what the budget looks like and ask any questions they might have. And then that final budget approval will be in October, at the October meeting on October 8th. So I believe that is all I have. If anybody has any other questions.
So James, when you do your campus tour, are you also going to discuss with the various groups the 5-year projections?
I'm sure those will be part of a lot of the presentations, yeah. You know, that's something that we're going to need to continue to refine over the next month as well.
Trustee Gallardo, you have a question?
Thank you, Robert. James, your comment with the reserve, the general fund reserve details, that slide, and I know you mentioned that we're going below. Is it safe to say that the general apportionment deferral, in a sense, we're just borrowing money from ourselves? So when we get the money, it'll go back into the reserve?
No. So essentially, because the deferrals at the state level are so much higher than we have ever really seen, it's pushing that deferral in excess of that 15%. So it's really a calculation of that requirement. So when that deferral goes away, we would go back down to a 20% reserve. So I guess in that effect, yes. It's really just the calculation of that minimum requirement. If the deferral had been closer to the $15 million mark, we would be looking at still having reserves in excess of the board policy. It's just because the deferrals were so high.
Mm-hmm. And so in the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the 27 million available for cash flow, and then how can you explain how that factors into, because one would think, right, well, if you have your reserve there, but then you also have this money available, can you explain how that cash flow just basically pans out in the bigger picture in terms of where we're dipping in to cover these deferrals? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so essentially what ends up happening is all of the cash that we have as a district is pooled.
Mm-hmm.
It's one big pot. And then our accounting systems segregate that out so that each fund has its own cash balance.
Mm-hmm.
What we're allowed to do is essentially use cash as a pool. So
Mm-hmm.
if we have deferrals in the unrestricted general fund, we can use cash that's sitting in other funds in order to be paying our bills in the restricted general fund, because our cash is still segregated. Our cash balances are still segregated in all of those other funds. So we're still accounting for everything in all of those, in each individual fund. Another thing that I think is worth pointing out, because I think the question's been raised before, none of that is money from federal financial aid in terms of cash. We actually send out federal financial aid payments and then bring the money in after the fact. So the cash goes out and then we bring the cash in from the federal government, typically within a few days, but it is cash that goes out and then cash that comes in. So none of our cash reserves are financial aid money. It's just all of the other little funds that we have sitting out there.
Okay. And then my last thought was to Marcia's point in looking at the expenditures and that total computational revenue. One of the strategies I noticed in the slide for that, I don't know if it was the 617,000 or the 757,000 Prop 98 block grant strategies some allowable strategies under that would be to help those students that perhaps left the campus in the spring, right? And so then we could use money to recapture those students. Is that accurate? So then in a sense, we have some money available to cover some of this. We just haven't decided how we're going to utilize that money because, like you said, we have till 2022 to spend it, and then the other one, 2020. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we're in a good place. We essentially have some pot of money here that we can get creative to see what's going to have the biggest impact to move students towards their goals. And so from what I heard from Dr. Goswami with this reduced schedule, students are going to be forced to be even more focused because the options are just not available. So you'll have your required courses to transfer, or I'm assuming the required courses to attain your certificate or degree. Is that safe to say, Dr. Goswami, or?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that happens with reduced schedule is that number of choices that students have go away, and if they register late, they may not get their preferred choice of time to take the course, and if they register very late, then they may not be able to register for the course this semester. They might have to plan for it next semester.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess Marcia and Peter each have questions. Do you want to go first, Marcia?
I just have one.
Peter.
Okay.
One question that probably has an obvious answer. The term deferrals bothers me a little bit. Is there any risk? It would appear as if the state has greater and greater financial difficulties, that the deferrals might be deferred further and further. Am I wacko on that?
That's always a possibility. That's always a possibility.
Has it ever happened?
I don't think deferred forever. I don't think so.
Yeah, not forever, but sometimes that deferral gets deferred into future years. During the Great Recession, that did happen where they kind of slowly built up. What we're seeing now is just a significantly larger deferral than even happened during that. So, but yeah, that is a risk, and that's why we did mention that as part of one of the risks is that they are relying heavily on deferrals.
And would we have a plan for covering what would be called a major cash flow problem in the future?
I think, right now, lots of districts are not in the same position that we are in terms of our cash position. So they're actually participating in TRAN, which is tax revenue anticipation notes. And it's borrowing funds to cover the deferral.
Borrowing funds to cover the deferral.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are a whole bunch of districts, including some nearby schools, who are participating in TRAN, borrowing money to make their deferrals.
Okay. Thank you. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the information that I've gotten from the folks in Sacramento is that they've really used the deferrals to the maximum extent at this point. And when you look at it from the point of view that they've deferred $1.5 billion that they owe the community colleges, that they're going to pay back next year, plus pay us whatever they're going to pay us next year. And the economy is not looking particularly encouraging for next year. And that's Peter, you're asking a really important question there, because they may not have the money to both pay us back and give us anything but a substantially reduced amount of money, which is one of my questions. Are we going to talk about the 5-year projections? I mean, they seem to me to be pretty optimistic, especially on revenue.
Yeah, if we're ready, we can present that next.
Okay. The other major thing I would say about looking at the budget, not the presentation, but looking at the budget and going through what we have so far, and I know you said you're refining these things. When you look at what we need to operate the college, in other words, the amount of money that we are spending in excess of the amount of revenue that we have in each of our operating wallets, as I called them before, the unrestricted general fund, equipment, maintenance, food service, children's, the parking, the self-insurance, lottery, and so forth. We are spending roughly $8 million more than we are getting in revenue. And that's a lot. So as we look ahead to the kind of question that Peter had, we are spending down that one-time money for operations. And as we look ahead to our projections, I think that's something we have to be very careful about. So that would be my comment. I mean, that's just the same simple calculation I did before, which is what is the revenue for this particular fund? What are the expenses? Ignore the transfers because that's just moving the money around. So that adds up to about $8 million. So 5-year projections?
Wait, real quick, Marcia.
I think, no.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Dr. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Goswami.
I think, if you look at page 7 of the all funds budget and look at net change in fund balance, which is item line 18. And you go to the far right column. You'll see the accounting for all the funds, the total.
Yeah, that's a slightly different number than what I'm looking at because I'm looking at operational costs and there are things in those all funds that I don't include, like I'm not including the restricted funds because the restricted funds have to balance. And I'm not including the bond repayment stuff because I don't consider that necessarily part of this operation, but the numbers are very similar.
I mean, you are welcome to do your calculation, but now in terms of GASP presentation, this is the presentation that we will make to the public.
That's fine. I'm just saying, as we look at how are we doing revenue versus expense, we're
It's right
short.
there saying $8 million, $8.8 million.
Yeah. So when we think about that, we should be thinking about those numbers and not so much just the unrestricted general fund. That's just my point.
Okay, Lindsay or James, are you going to discuss the 5-year projections?
Yes, here they are. Go ahead, James, take it away. He's our numbers guy.
So, so as Dr. Goswami mentioned, and as we mentioned in the in board docs, this is a projection that's really just looking at pretty much assuming that everything stays relatively the same going forward. And what that would look at, this first page is a summary, pulling together all the details on the second and third and fourth pages. And you can see here that does show that we have, a significant deficit going forward. And really, after that 22-23 year, that's kind of where we're seeing a little bit more what that structural piece is after we're able to look at some revenue changes. So if you want to go to the next page on that, these are the details of what we've put in as assumptions. Obviously, a lot of this can change. The first one is in 21-22. That's looking at that idea that as the economy goes down, enrollments tend to tick up. It hasn't so far with us, but that's could all be COVID related. I don't believe there will be any growth funding available, but I do believe we should be able to restore the decline that we have in this fiscal year. So that's about $1 million. The other major changes in our revenues are looking at our out-of-state and international tuitions. That's really looking at us restoring about half of that enrollment in fiscal year 21-22, and then the other half in 22-23, and then starting to maybe grow that back a little bit in 23-24 and 24-25. And then the rest of it is essentially holding the same, other than taking that one-time transfer in from construction back out. So that's the revenue. The other thing we did assume was a small COLA in 23-24 and 24-25 from the state. That's just a 1.5% there. Okay, if we go to the next page. This is looking at our expenditures adjustments. So again, this is holding a lot of things relatively steady. We are assuming we would need to add back some of the changes in the sections offered. Also, there's SERP savings. We know we would need to replace some of those faculty who are retiring. Step increases are fairly consistent year over year, right around that $420,000 mark. Benefits, again, that's another one that would change based on the other salary adjustments that are done up above. Health insurance is one where that's an increase that goes in every year. It's somewhere in the 2.5% range. It sometimes has fluctuated up into the 4 to 4.5% range. But that's looking at it at about $250,000 a year. And then change in CalPERS contribution rates. CalPERS is looking to go up again in next fiscal year, and then a little bit more in the following fiscal year, and then they start to taper off those increases. CalSTRS is actually scheduled to be relatively flat again next year, and then they don't have any published rates for future years after that. So that's a little bit more of an unknown, so we didn't assume any changes in that at this point. And then, some minor changes in our expenditures, some needing to add back some of our expenditures, and then reducing some of the stuff we added in for COVID-19 specific. And then contracts go up every year. Utilities, that's adding back in the savings from limited on-campus operations, and then in future years, just small increases. And then also increasing district travel. Right now we have almost zero in the budget for district travel. And that's kind of acknowledging that at some point, particularly once travel restrictions have eased, we'll need to do some travel for training and such. And then if you want to go to the next page. Again, the capital outlay adjustment is just to remove some of the extra money we put in because of COVID-19, knowing we would need to be buying some equipment. And then the rest of things are holding relatively steady, other than taking the transfers for food service and parking out. And then looking at that transfer to self-insurance fund, insurance costs tend to go up. So just increasing that a little bit. And that is essentially what we've changed. Like I said, this is just to really show what's close to a no real budget changing strategies version of a 5-year fiscal projections. And we'll look at this a lot more in depth at the study session later on in the month.
Okay, Veronica?
Yeah, with this, with our revenues and salaries and benefits, are we still pushing 90% salaries to benefits as a percentage to our revenue?
For this fiscal year, yes. I did not do those calculations on the projections. I'd have to go back and do the math.
So how, I guess that's kind of sort of one benchmark that we look at in terms of the percentage. And we went here at Santa Barbara City College in the last at least 8 years, we've gone, I think, from 86 to 87. So it's never actually gone back down. It's just continued to increase. That's sort of a red flag danger, right? Because that's kind of a lot of money, or not. I mean, maybe you guys can explain it, maybe to Dr. Goswami or James. What are the? I can't imagine approving a budget with that such a high percentage. It just seems like a very stressful budget to spend that much money and then only have 10% left, given our aging facilities and the wonderful things that we have. Or is that not something to worry about right now?
Well, I'm doing a quick calculation just to give an idea. So 2021 adopted budget 831, as you can see over there, we are close to 90%. Now, one of the things I will ask one of our legal firms to do a presentation at our retreat or study session to give you an idea of now what is involved in reducing personnel dollars. And what I can say is that at this point in time, pretty much we don't have any option to reduce personnel dollars without really gutting the institution. So unfortunate part of the 2021 budget is that all of these developments happened. Decline in international, COVID, all of those things pretty much happened when the window to make all those decisions has already ended. So the adjustments that we're making is adjustment that we can make, while keeping it a viable institution. And so one of the things, hopefully, that I'm hoping that you take from the presentation on the 5-year budget projection is, not whether it is accurate to the dollar or even $100,000, but on the scale of what it is that we're talking about. And the scale that we're talking about is $3 million plus structural adjustment. So I think it will be better to focus on attention on how do you make adjustments in that bigger scale and not debate too much about whether it's 3.3 or 3.5 or 3.7. Regardless of what it is a huge number, and that will require significant amount of tough decision making on the part of the board. So what basically that lays out is some idea, or at least some initial estimate of our structural deficit. If it turns out that international students don't come back at all, then you can easily add $2 million to it, $2 or $3 million to it. But I think we have to give ourselves the best opportunity to bring back students who add to the revenue of the institution and add to the value of the institution. We can clearly, it doesn't cost me anything to change numbers here and there and make it a $7 million deficit if that's what to make you feel comfortable. Okay, but then you must be prepared to make a $7 million decision also. And I would say that would be a premature decision now, because it did not give the institution enough chance to do what it could be doing. And that's why I think we need to make those adjustments gradually, because 5-year projections, it's a crapshoot. So we don't want to make long-term decisions for the institutions based on what you think might happen in 5 years from now. So let's get there somewhat incrementally, but not too much, because we still have a significant structural adjustments to make. So what I'm pointing out is that the minimum structural adjustment that we have to make is likely to be $3 million. And then if you feel that that's not sufficient, if that's not, that's too optimistic, you can add numbers to it. But then the question is now, is it prudent to make a $5 million adjustment? And then it turns out that the situation is not exactly that 3 years from now. So that's why, my advice to the board or counsel to the board is going to be that, do enough so that it puts us on an even keel and puts us in a situation where after you make all the structural adjustments, we are still a thriving institution, a little bit smaller. What you don't want is to get to an institution where you have make all these cuts, make all these sacrifices, and then you're still limping. We don't want to get there. That's why we're putting back travel, because thriving institutions do travel. That's why we put back certain expenditures, because thriving institutions do those kind of expenditures. So we will have to get to that point where we may be a little bit smaller, but at the same time, we are a thriving institution, not perpetually limping institution. Because that's about the worst thing as a board you can do for the institution, is to put it in a financial straitjacket where every year the issue is basically hand-to-mouth existence.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that is good to hear, that we could reshape the size of our institution, but we're operating at a caliber of excellence and thriving, and not, just cutting it. And I think that resonates. I remember Craig actually saying something like that to me a couple of years ago. He was like, we can't just gut it all, Veronica. We got to be strategic about this. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, same here, Dr. Goswami. I appreciate that explanation. Marcia, do you have your hand up, or is that from?
No, I do. And I agree that Dr. Goswami's description of the problem and how you need to look at it is important. I think a couple things. I think we will have a better sense of what next year looks like, and maybe the following years when we see next year's budget, the January 1 budget. Between now and then, I think James mentioned plan for the worst, hope for the best is a good way to look at it. I also think that in our projections here, the 5-year budget projections, we're too low on maintenance. For years now, we used to set aside $2 million every year for maintenance. And we've been doing this thing that Dr. Goswami just described, which is living hand to mouth and cutting back and cutting back and cutting back on that. And we've gotten to the point where this year it's zero set aside for construction, even though we do plan to spend it. And that's part of that additional deficit, wherever you want to find it, line 18 or whatever. That's the deficit that needs to be sustainable. We need to make that number sustainable, not just the unrestricted general fund. And so when we look at what is a reasonable 5-year projection, I think 500,000 for maintenance is too low. I think that's part of why our facilities are hurting. So, this is a discussion we need to have, but that's what I'm thinking about, that element. Obviously, things like food service will come down when we can come back and be in person.
Okay. Craig, do you have a comment or question?
Yes, I was wondering, since we have our retreat in a couple of weeks, I'm hoping that by then we'll have a rough idea of how we would go about, hitting a goal, whether it's 2 or 3 million or whatever, those reductions. We need to do something or else we're not doing our job. So, and it's not pleasant, but the outcome is really positive if we do our job, if we have a viable thing going forward. Dr. Goswami pointed to things that he added back in travel. Marcia brought up the maintenance. I remember when the maintenance was budgeted at 2 million a year and it wasn't enough. And now we're down to nothing. So, the maintenance needs to go back at least to 2 million a year, if not 3, especially since we have a lot of lost ground to make up for. So whatever that real dollar amount is, I think I'd like to see maybe a little more accuracy in how far down we really are from being viable. And so I don't know, I'd sure like to see some kind of plan for a minimum of $3 million, because we've got to end up without a structural deficit. Do we have to get there in 1 year? No, but we sure need a plan to get there. And it's probably going to take more than $3 million to get there. So the initial ought to be close to that figure. I've been arguing for more adjustments for a few years now, and I never get as much as I think we need. And I'm not saying I told you so because I didn't think that even COVID was hit. I just would have liked to seen us in a little better position than we're in now. So no one could have predicted that this was going to hit, but then that's why we have reserves. But we have to end this structural deficit. This could kill an institution. It's not good. And the fact, just because there's a lot of other college districts in the state that are in worse shape than us, the boat is still sinking. It's like maybe they have taken on more water than we have, but the boat is sinking. We need to end the structural deficit. It's the responsible thing to do. So how do we do that? I don't get paid the high dollars to determine how exactly to do the reduction in personnel costs. So I'm hoping at the retreat, Dr. Goswami can give us some kind of an outline of how much would have to be adjusted. I'd sure like to see some examples of the impact of those adjustments, because we're going to have to make some, it appears. That's it for me for the moment. Thank you.
Peter, I saw your actual hand raised earlier. Did you have a comment?
May I add something to?
Yes, go ahead, Doctor.
So the contribution to the construction fund is something that concerns me also, because I like to have a good facility, to bring students to. But I'm pretty much convinced that we are not funded by the state for any kind of construction. So the money that we're getting from the state is just barely sufficient to just do the minimum amount that's necessary for instruction and keeping our doors open. So So that, I mean, that would be a policy decision that the board will have to make. Tell me that, no, put in $1 million or $2 million into the construction fund from the yearly apportionment that we get from the state. But my personal philosophy there is that then we'll be taking money that came from this generation of students for the class of 2020 to take care of things that somebody didn't take care of in the past. And so we are penalizing students who are coming in this year for somebody else, somebody else's fault in the past. And so that concerns me. We can, I mean, if you give me the directive, I'll do that. But then my personal feeling there is that we'll be taking money that was meant to feed this group of students, and we're not feeding them. We're doing something else for others. Because state has pretty much given up the idea of that are us to build our facilities. They're just giving it to the local communities. You want to have a community college, build it yourself and keep it up yourself. If you don't invest in it, you'll have a crummy looking community college. And I've been to states where community colleges are even worse than old, recycled elementary schools. So I hope that California doesn't get there. But I have been to states where I've seen community colleges statewide is basically that. Bunch of portables, bunch of this, bunch of that, and mold everywhere, roof leaks. So that is something we have to struggle with. As a board, you'll have to struggle with whether you want to burden the current generation of students to benefit some future generation or whatever. And that's a tough choice.
And Dr. Goswami, your comments remind me that unfortunately we were not able to go forward with a bond measure in 2020. And we've got to keep our eye, in my view, on 2022, whether it's March 22 or November 22, but we just really have to go forward with a bond measure in 2022. We don't need to get into the details tonight, but your comments reminded me how critical that is for us. So I see Marcia, Jonathan, Veronica, and Craig have their hands raised. Marcia, you're at the top. So go ahead.
I was just going to follow up on Craig's comment and Dr. Goswami's. I think there's a distinction here. We've not intended to use the money transferred to the construction fund for anything other than maintenance, routine maintenance. And I will be the first to say, and I know Peter asked this question not long ago, that we are not funded. We're not funded the way the UCs are funded. We're not funded the way the K-12s are funded. We're not funded the way the state colleges are funded. We're at the bottom here in terms of how we are funded to teach our students. And that is not where we would like to be, but it is where we are. And so this distinction between fundamental maintenance of our facilities and going out for a bond to build things or renovate things that are large projects has a longstanding distinction. And so I think what Craig is talking about, what I am talking about is just the basic maintenance. And another way to look at that is not so much that you put in 3 million for it each year or 2 million, which was what we were doing, but you create sinking funds. You create a sinking fund because you know that your building will need another roof in 20 years or be totally painted on the outside, and you know approximately what that cost is and you plan ahead for it. For me, that's a sustainable budget that takes care of maintenance. And that's just the distinction I wanted to make.
Jonathan, do you have something to add?
Yes, and I was going to bring this up during future agenda items as well, but I think it's also relevant based on what Dr. Goswami was just talking about. But I've always, since the budget situation has been bad for a long time, I've always suggested that it's, you know, more fixable on the revenue side too than just on the expenditure side, because expenditures are never going to really go down. Even if we make changes, we're still going to always need to spend more money to make the institution work. And so, you know, there is a proposition on the ballot called Proposition 15, which would bring in $6 million a year to SBCC specifically, if it were to be passed. That's just SBCC, not counting other agencies in the counties like the school district, which, you know, that money will then benefit the students who are coming into our school. But I think it would, you know, SBUSD considered a resolution to endorse that last Tuesday. The county's doing it on Tuesday coming up. I think, you know, if we are serious about our budget and about our revenue issues, we should pass a resolution to support that as well. Because if that passes, it pretty much solves the deficit. Not single-handedly, but I'd say 90% of the problem will be gone.
Okay. Maybe that's something that can be brought up at our September 24 meeting.
That'd be great.
Veronica.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Just on what Jonathan had just mentioned, I think in an ideal world that seems like a good idea. I've actually researched this a lot because I'm a union member for the teachers union, obviously for California. And anyway, there's some implications, negative implications to jobs in our economy in California. So I think that needs further exploring, and we really need to look at both sides of the issues. I've looked at both sides of the issues, and the jobs and the impact to that is not very exciting to me. But I was, in terms of the comment with the facilities, I think I agree with you, Dr. Goswami. I don't have it in front of me because it's in my binder in the garage, but our facilities are old, so we're beyond maintaining. Our facilities, we really need a plan to modernize them, because just continue to take money from the general fund is taking away from programs and students and whatnot. And so I think that's something that we really need to look at, engaging our community and getting community support, the entire community. We serve all students, all members of the community, and we need everyone to really get behind us on why this institution is worth remodeling at a level and quality that our teaching is, right? We have great teaching and learning, and then we have these facilities that just don't cut it. And so that's a serious conversation that I think we really need a plan to look at modernizing our facilities. And that is, to me, that's part of also health and safety and wellness and everything. And the general fund is just not going to cut it. You can put $5 million in the construction fund every year. Our facilities are old, and we've spent a lot of time on facilities. In 2018, we spent the whole year, the entire year, learning about facilities. And we now have a detailed map of every single facility, the square footage, the year it was built, how much it's costing us to maintain, records for how many times the boiler's going out, bathrooms leaking, plumbers. So I think that we have the information available to us. To me, I'm ready to engage our community and really look at how we modernize our facilities and whatever plan and capacity that's going to look like. Because taking it from the general fund is just it's going to be a never ending deal. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Dr. Goswami, because I support that.
Craig, do you have something else?
Yeah. I'm sorry I have something else, but I figured I should add, especially in light of the last few contributing trustees, what they had to say. You know, we're kind of talking at this point on about one-time money. We got a construction fund, which Marcia said, talked about, we used to create sinking funds. Well, that's basically why that money's there. And we had some good years and we transferred money into it. And then we built up enough and we were going to do some projects with it. Well, that's fine when we have enough income and everything else is going well. But, you know, the amount of money that's left in that construction fund is not enough to make up the difference in what the state's not going to pay for in the gym replacement. I think the only probably, and what Dr. Goswami, based on what he said, the only way I could see that we can really financially afford to replace that gym, unless things get really better and Jonathan's dreams come true and we get $6 million more money because a proposition passes. But that may not pass, and we've got a plan on it not passing. And if it does, then we can amend our plans and change things. But right now, we need to not make decisions that are going to affect us for a long period of time based on a hope. We've got to make them based on a real projection. So the one-time dollars, you can't do it. Marcia said we need not to take we can't do what we're doing and fund the maintenance that we have to, from the general revenue. Well, we pretty much have to fund the maintenance from the general revenue. What we have to quit doing with it is building buildings or rebuilding buildings. For that, we need other sources of income, like Jonathan alluded to. We need other sources. That source is from the community, really. It goes to a bond issue to build a building. We need to if we present a proper plan to the public, they love us, they'll support us. But, just present a proper plan with proper justifications and why we need it. And, they will support us, but we can't ask for the moon. We can't ask them to do everything at once, but they will support us. It's proven that the track record is they will support us. So let's develop a plan to get alternate funding for those projects. But right now, the main thing we need to really be serious about talking about is eliminating that structural deficit. That's what we've got to stop. We've been trying unsuccessfully for years now and not stopping it. It keeps getting worse. So actually, we might have had it stopped if COVID hadn't come along, but it has. So will it get better? Maybe. I have a more optimistic view about the economy for next year and what can happen and how much better things could get. And then Marcia does, but that's just my opinion. So I think it'll be better, but we can't plan on it because it's pie in the sky. It's like, will that proposition pass or will the economy get better? We have to project based on what it is. And the structural deficit is going to hurt us if we don't address it. So that's just repeating what I said before. So I guess I'm done.
Kate, you have a comment?
Yes, I'll be brief. I know we have a very long agenda and a long night still. I just wanted to appreciate all my fellow board members' comments. I completely agree. I agree on the structural deficit issue. We've been chasing dropping enrollment for years and never catching up. And I just want to share that I really support Dr. Goswami's staged approach. I don't think that there's any way else to do that without causing just too much disruption to current students. So I'm sorry that we're in this situation. I think that we can get a handle on it despite the emergency, and I look forward to next steps.
Thank you, Kate. Dr. Haslam?
Kate set a good role model of being brief. I agree with everything she said, including the comment about being supportive of Dr. Goswami and his staged approach. But I also think that though we may have had disagreements about a variety of things, the one thing I'm picking up from each one of the speakers tonight is that we are committed to, well, we're building a massive case for a bond measure. So what in the hell are we doing about it? Why don't we take some action and begin planning for that bond measure for whenever it's going to come up. Tomorrow is not too soon to start planning if we are hopeful of being successful.
Thank you, Peter. I support your comments. I also want to echo what Kate offered a few moments ago. Not seeing any other blue hands raised. Let's move on to items 11.4, 11.5, and 11.6, which all relate to the phys ed replacement building project. And starting with 11.4, it's a report on the project itself. And I think Lindsay is going to start us off.
I can do that. Thank you, Trustee Miller.
We have two Steves back from county.
We do. So we have our architects who have been working on the physical education building replacement project with us from LPA Inc. It's Steve Key and Steve Flanagan, our two Steves. And they're just going to give us an update on the project and show us some great images of the design that we've been working on. Go ahead, Steve or Steve, whichever Steve's going first.
I don't know.
We're unmuting ourselves and bringing up our background. Well,
I can't get that fancy.
Good evening, President Miller, Dr. Goswami, and members of the board. My name is Steve Flanagan. I'm the architect in charge of the physical education replacement building, and I'm very excited to be here tonight to share some wonderful new images of the project and give you an update. A lot has happened since we first met 12 months ago, more than we could have ever imagined this time last year. But the PE replacement building design team has marched on passionately. A great deal of collaboration with faculty, staff, and students in the community has taken place to get us where we are today. A lot of hard work and rework with the user group has transpired to get the project right. So I want to thank the amazing Santa Barbara City College core team for their leadership throughout our design process. They've made themselves available during their vacation, during fires in the area, and of course, throughout COVID, the project has been moving forward. They include Lindsay Moss, which you all know very well, Rob Morales, your operations manager, Rocco Constantino, your athletic director, Ellen O'Connor, associate athletic director, Kathy O'Connor, physical education and health education department chair. I want to thank them for their tough love and committing countless hours of their free time to ensure new building that is beautiful, will function efficiently, and provide sustainable, active learning environments that will benefit the community for the next 100 years. So Steve and myself, Steve, are going to tag team this presentation. So I'll hand it over to Steve now to where he'll talk about the schedule and interim housing and site plan.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steve. Okay, let's get this coming up. I see it coming up on the screen now. Thank you. All right, so we will start with the project schedule. So overall, we're in really good shape on the schedule. By the end of this year, we will have plans that are submitted to the Division of the State Architect. We actually have our first pre-application meeting with DSA tomorrow to go over this project and get some preliminary questions answered for that submittal. And then we plan on having our approval in about the first quarter of next year, right around May, having approval of our plan through DSA. One thing that is a little different on this schedule than what you've seen in the past is we are, especially based on everything we're hearing today, we are seeing the need to postpone the bid and advertisement portion of this project and the construction with a hope to actually go after some additional funding that a lot of the trustees have spoken about today. So we are working with the state on getting those approvals and really excited to share with you today how far we've come from the last time you've seen this and excited to share it with you. Okay, next slide, please. So from our last meeting, the size of the building has not changed. We are still replacing a like-for-like building, both in the assignable square footage and also the gross square footage. We have about just a hair over 77,000 square feet, which is a little bit smaller than your existing building, but the main driver of that is there's not as much of exterior circulation that the existing building has that's actually built on top of the building. So most of any of the exterior circulation we have is not part of the building. So no change there. I'll give you a little refresher. Next slide, please. So just a refresher on where we are. I think everybody's very familiar with this building. Next slide, please. And a little bit of a refresher. So we are still planning on the cost saving measures that we presented over 12 months ago about maintaining a portion of the building and demoing half of that building, as you see here in yellow. And that will end up now kind of tracking about that summer 2023 timeframe. Next slide, please. And then we'll be dealing with making sure that existing gym and life fitness center and classroom building is ready for the construction, because we are going to have to do some strategic demolition in order to not only maintain the use of that building, but make it so that we don't have to spend almost $10 million building a new building. And then we'll reutilize a lot of the training room, the dance and activity where the current purchasing and security is at. And then we'll be expanding the locker and team rooms into a temporary location on the other side of the bridge. And then the remainder of the spaces that are in that construction zone will go into other spaces already existing on campus. For example, the relocatable buildings at the top of the stadium are a few of the areas we're looking at expanding, maybe the offices, for example. So trying to use as much of the existing space as possible. Next slide, please. And then when the project is done and the main building is built that you see in the kind of yellow outline, that's when we're going to be demolishing the rest of the buildings, not only the gymnasium and the existing modular buildings that are there today, but we will also be putting back the site the way it was for even where we're expanding the temporary locker rooms. So you'll get a nice open space. And then you'll be left with a really nice multifunctional grass area where the existing gymnasium main building is. It's going to offer some amazing enhanced views now from not only your bridge that connects your West Campus and East Campus, but it really allows the framing of even more of the beach and front that you even see now. We were standing out there the other day, Lindsay, Rob, and I, and just kind of seeing what would it look like. And this is actually going to make the views better. So it's really exciting. And then now you're going to get more space that will allow the students to have other areas to stretch, do some, not specific fields per se, but have some multi-use areas where they can get some pickup games going or other areas that can work in that space. So it's very exciting. All right. And I'll let Steve talk a little bit about kind of where we've come with the building, which you'll see here is come a long way since the last time you've seen it. So go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. We're very excited to share these renders with you. We've had a lot of fun working with user group, as I mentioned before, and you can see here how exciting the building looks from the lower parking lot, lot 2C, and from Shoreline Drive and the beach beyond. So you can see there we've created a nice grand entry into the lobby of the gymnasium with some branding and graphics for the college and athletics program. Then you can see we've kind of broken up the glazing on this side that faces the ocean to help prevent bird strikes with overhangs and shading elements. There's three major materials on this project. The primary material is cast in place concrete, which both the district's construction manager and LPA's cost estimator believe will save the project $3 to $5 million in cost and provide a superior superstructure for the project. One of the reasons for the savings is we can use the concrete both for structure as well as finish on the outside and inside of the buildings where appropriate. We'll paint the concrete to match existing campus buildings so that it'll blend right in. And then the one tan colored accent color that you see there is a terracotta tile, very similar to what you, excuse me, what you have on your roof. And then a metal panel system, a lightweight metal panel system that you can see is the red color that also in color represents the clay tile that you see on a lot of buildings on campus. So as we go to the next slide, you'll see that we zoom in on that entry piece, which is not only a grand entry into the lobby, but also acts as an amphitheater. You can see students that are sitting there, they can study, they can wait for rides, they have views of the ocean and of La Playa Field and Stadium. You can also see to the left that there is a very clear and strong designation of where the elevator is. It's something that's a real challenge now, is getting from the lower campus to the upper campus. Now, all the way from the parking lot, you'll be able to see exactly where you need to go to get from the lower lot 2C all the way up 4 levels to the upper campus. So I know that's something that everybody on our user group was very excited about. And then you can see the different areas of students up on the building on the different floor levels. On this side, you only see 3 levels of the building. So the building is stepping up to a 4th level on the back, and that helps reduce the overall scale along the coastal edge. And I know that's something the Coastal Commission will appreciate. So we go to the next slide, we'll move around to, or actually we'll move up to the 3rd floor outside the dance and exercise room. So you can see a wonderful place here to hang out, wait for your classes, take advantage of the views. We provided a little rail and there for people to be able to work and do their homework, as well as maybe some soft seating outside there. And so we think that's a real amenity to the project. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll move to the west, where you can see the multi-purpose fields on the left. And then more of a solid side and a quiet side facing west, because that's where most sun exposure, glare, and radiant heat gain come from. So we wanted to push the gymnasium to that side, and primarily a solid side to help increase the energy efficiency of the project, as well as drought tolerant landscaping in the area so that it's easy to maintain and uses very little water once established. So we go to the next slide. We'll zoom in and just show how we can incorporate some branding and graphics into the concrete. Even though it's a large concrete wall, we will incorporate some signage like this to help just promote school spirit. And you can see some stairs up to the 3rd floor dance level on this side. So if we go to the next slide. This is an entirely different looking building from this side, the upper campus side. It's only a 1-story building, so it doesn't block your views from upper building levels or higher points of the campus, but it does block your view of the large gymnasium roof. Obviously, the gym is going to have a large roof, and we want to be as sustainable as possible with that by having a reflective roof on there. But you can see here, it's very obvious that this is the physical education building from the signage and just the glass that represents entry into the building. And then on this side, we placed the multidisciplinary classroom, 4 of those up on the upper side so that they can easily be accessed by students from the upper campus, as well as the physical education students that are coming from within the building. So you can see we've also provided some courtesy restrooms up here on this level, and the gray doors kind of in the middle there. But we think this is really exciting. When you go into the lobby of the physical education, there's a window, if we go to the next slide, where you'll be able to see through the lobby and into or out towards the ocean. Next slide, please. So you can see there, that's just a zoom in of that same lobby with the views of the stadium to the left, as well as the ocean and sun setting. So very exciting. This view, you can see the concrete looks more like concrete, but that will be painted white. The rendering just kind of came out a little gray in this view. But if we go to the next slide, you'll see the east side, the side that faces the stadium and the track and field, as well as the ocean and the harbor beyond. So on this side, we have the lobby, as well as on the 3rd floor, the faculty and staff offices. So what a great amenity to be able to meet with students and have such a view, as well as the outdoor deck view on the 2nd level that you can see there. and the ramp that will usher students and athletes from the track and field up into the locker room that's underneath the gymnasium. Also here you can see the graphics and branding on the left for the elevator, so it's easy for people to find their way to the vertical transportation. And then of course we have the SBCC logo on this side as well. And so that's the view from the track and field and stadium side. And if we go one more slide, we'll go back to the front of the building. Oh, sorry. We'll go inside. Sorry about that. We'll go inside into the lobby of the gymnasium. Now this is a lobby, but it's also a multifunctional area where students can gather, they can study, they can meet in small groups, or we can have large presentations in here. It could actually become a classroom because it's that size of the space. And then you see the built-in countertops there and concession stand beyond, and you can even get a little glimpse into the gymnasium from this lobby. The floors will be sealed concrete, so again, very affordable and easy to maintain. And then just some baffles that are attached to the structure above to provide some acoustical sound. So our theme on the inside is trying to combine the theme of the ocean and the beach that is Santa Barbara with the Santa Barbara City College colors and branding. So if we go to the next slide. This is a view also from the lobby, but from the concession stand area. So you can see out into the parking lot there, the lower parking lot, as well as the beach, Shoreline Drive, and of course the ocean. So you can see here, the ceiling colors and textures make a little bit more sense with the sky beyond and the beach. And then of course the tan colors that represent the sand on the right and the terracotta tile that are coming into the building. So if we go to the next slide. We have a view inside the gymnasium, and in here you can see we got a really strong representation of red and a center court. So we know this is going to be an exciting new venue for Santa Barbara. So go to the next slide. This is on the third floor now. We're in one of the dance studios, and we have floor to ceiling glass, which will have blackout shades for both sun and glare and heat, as well as privacy if it's needed at any time. But on those amazing days that we often have in Santa Barbara, those blinds can stay up and students can practice in here as well as outside on the outside deck. So this is one of the most exciting spaces in the building. Next slide. And then here we finish on the view from the lot 2C down on the lower level, again, of really what I would define as maybe the official front, but for me, all four sides are really the front of this building. It's really a piece of sculpture in the round, and I know us as architects and designers are very excited about getting this building constructed. I know all the amazing people that helped us from the community, the user group, and the students are very excited to see this project constructed. So we hope you like the new improvements to the design, and we're available for questions. Oh,
I'll give a little overview. You can go to the last slide. Yeah, so we'll give you a little overview also where we landed after our budgets, because after each phase, as we mentioned in the last meeting, we are doing budget estimates. We have two estimators on this project. We have one that's working, that's one of our consultants doing the project, they're Cummings, and then your construction manager for the project, Lundgren, has also done an estimate. Happy to report that we originally had the last time we met a $15 to $20 million delta, and we've come down almost half of that. So I mean, we're pretty excited about that. We did also have some soil. We got a geotechnical report, and we had some soil issues that we're working with the state right now that were really unforeseen soil issues. So we're looking to get some potential additional funding of about $3 million for additional soil augmentation, because we're basically building this new building on what is, geologically considered a new beach, which during an event, it's, as you know, your existing building is seismically, has some seismic issues with it, but the soil can liquefy to a certain extent. So we're having to augment that soil. So we're getting some additional funding there. And this is really putting us much closer. I mean, we are still showing a little bit of an overage here in that kind of $9 to $12 million range, down from almost 20. So come down significantly. And then, like a lot of the trustees have even mentioned in some other past presentations this evening, we don't know what COVID's going to do. I mean, we have a lot of what ifs going forward in terms of if that's going to be a negative impact or a positive impact, or what is that going to do to construction costs. We're hoping that it helps bring some construction costs down, but time will tell. But that's one thing that we're tracking each time we do an estimate. And then the temporary and make-ready facilities that we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, they're valued at about $3 million. That's down from kind of an estimated 10 to 12 million when we were really talking about it 12 months ago, when we had the idea of reusing the gymnasium. So you're saving, you know, a significant amount of money not building a temporary gymnasium somewhere. So that was a really smart move by the college and the board. So good job there. And then we're going to have one more estimate prior to construction. So that's going to be here in January. We're going to have our DSA submittal set, and then we'll have a fresh round of numbers on a, you know, effectively completed set of construction documents for the estimators to dig into and really put as much accuracy as we can at this time to the final estimate. And then once that's completed, we'll of course come share that with the board.
Okay.
And that's our update.
Okay, trustees, any questions for the two Steves? Marcia?
Can we go back to that last slide?
Sure.
Picture? No, the one, yeah. That one. Did the state agree to pay the 3 million for the liquefaction?
Not quite yet. We're working through those specifics.
Yeah, we're working through that right now. We're very hopeful that they approve it.
Hopeful, but we don't know yet. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
That's correct.
And I'm looking at the Lundgren estimate, and I'm not seeing a 49.6. Do we have the same estimates?
Yes, I don't have that summary sheet in front of me, but one of the numbers that you need to add, I think it says 45 on their number. And you need to add the design contingency, which I believe is below the line, into that to get to the 49.6.
And what about the escalation number?
And the escalation that's the number that can vary right now, where we have a question mark up here. There is an escalation number on both of these estimates that could be in the range of, you know, $3 to $5 million. And we're having some estimators saying that it might come down less than that. So that's one of those unknown numbers, and partially because of this COVID impacts.
Okay. When you say escalation parens COVID impacts, I thought the escalation was referring to the delay of basically over a couple of years.
Not in those estimates, that's not what it's reflecting. The escalation itself is just trying to estimate any type of premiums or escalating market prices is all that's trying to do. Now, if the bond passes, obviously we need to factor into that bond program an escalation number. Some colleges and districts are, you know, not. It's an ever fluid number, I guess, Marcia. It kind of goes from, it's probably not zero, but it's probably not 10 million. We have a pretty accurate, where our estimators are seeing it's pretty flat right now. I think Steve, they were saying it was, you know, not even 1% per year, where in the past it's been, you know, 4 to 5% a year. So we're really hoping it stays to that lower number.
Yeah, some things are escalating and some things are de-escalating, but in general, altogether, things are staying fairly flat for right now. But given we don't know the outcome of COVID and pushing the start of construction back to when hopefully a bond passes, you really can't predict reasonably what kind of impacts COVID will have.
Okay, but both estimates use 9%. Are they trying to estimate what happens between by this 2-year delay? Is that what they're trying to get at?
No, that those estimates don't include the 2-year delay.
Correct.
That was just to midpoint of construction if we stayed on course with our original schedule.
Correct. And then factoring in that, you know, the escalation could, you know, as the market goes up and down, it's the one number that is just unpredictable. But there is a number that they're trying to factor in and to point out to the college that there is going to be something there, and the 5 to 9% is really factoring in from the date the estimate was done to the date that would have been midpoint of construction. So that would have been about 2022 would be about midpoint of construction, is what that current estimate you're looking at, Marcia, is taking it to.
There's also the likelihood that it could de-escalate. We've had several community college projects bid way millions of dollars below their originally budgeted price in 2009, 2010, of course, when things were financially unstable. And given the fact that there's probably not going to be a lot of office buildings being constructed, there might be a lot of hungry contractors by the time we bid this project that will make it either flat or low escalation or de-escalation. There's really no way to tell in our current economic situation.
Okay, so why does the estimate from Cummings have a total of 58.7, and why are we not using that?
58. I wish I'll have that on the screen by chance, do we? Let me see if
I have it handy, so at least I can see it, and I could probably help you out, Steve. So yeah, there's multiple additional lines she's referring to: the general conditions.
Oh, the contingencies.
Of an additional
Okay,
5%, and the escalation that we just talked about of 9%, and then the construction contingency of 10%. So these are additional contingencies on top of the construction estimate itself. So we did not feel that it was appropriate to be adding additional contingencies on top of the construction estimate at this time.
What does that mean? Why wouldn't it be appropriate if
well,
it's part of the estimate?
Because they're making the construction estimate extremely conservative. It's like a buffer on top of a buffer, if I can explain it that way. Contingencies on top of contingencies that we already have built into the construction budget. So it's customary that these estimates are written this way. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve's. But those numbers are really contingencies on top of other contingencies that are already included.
Yeah, and maybe to put a little more color to that, Marcia, like the construction contingency, which I think they have in there 10%, if I'm remembering correctly. You may not use that. So that what that is for is that's not going to be the number that you would expect on bid day. That would be your reserves, if you will, if I don't know, you came up to an unforeseen or something happened in construction that you needed to go after a change order per se, but it is not part of the budget that we would expect to see on bid day.
Well, we have typically had a construction contingency of 5 or 10%, which we have used to cover change orders and things like that. So we considered ourselves on target with that included if we didn't go over that construction contingency, but we didn't eliminate it from the estimate for the project.
Correct. And I believe we will be carrying a contingency. I just think in terms of the reporting of the construction cost comparing it to the original FPP budget is what we were trying to compare to here. But you would absolutely, and we would recommend having some amount of a contingency for exactly what you're talking about, Marcia, come bid day, but it'd be for reserves, not for the bid number, if you will.
Yes,
Yeah, but is it part of the overage that we would cover? The construction contingency, since we're already over what the state is budgeted.
It would be over that. Yes, it would be over that.
Okay, so that's 5.3 for Cummings, 5.3 million, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Some districts carry 3%, some carry 5%, some carry 10%. It's, you know, we definitely would defer to Lundgren on what is the most representative there, but I think they're also carrying the same number at this time, just for equal estimates. But when we get closer to bid day, that's really a number that it's just whatever the college feels comfortable carrying.
Okay, and so the escalation number in your chart, you've taken out of the estimate for both of them.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Marcia, excuse me, or Robert, are we, and I know probably the questions go hand in hand, but are we on 11.4 or 11.6 already?
Good question. I assume you're on 11.6, Marcia.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of on both because it showed up on their chart. That's what the costs are and they don't match. So that's
kind of
what.
lost, but unfortunately you lost the rest of us because we were not on 11.6 yet.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was looking at your estimates and they weren't the same estimates. So
And I was exactly about to say that, Marcia. There is absolutely a more detailed report on 11.6 coming up, and then it actually has some other, more detailed information in there as well that looks like you're already looking at.
well, we
Yeah,
can,
so
we
that-
can come,
that
we
might
can come back to it. I'm not trying to lose anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, that might contextualize things, Marcia. So I've been following you, but then I just, I think we can all engage in the conversation when we get to that item because there is a lot more meat in that other item.
Okay.
I just had a question on 11.4. And I believe you guys answered it already, Lindsay. Currently, we have the water intrusion from the hillside. So how is this different? How did we get, I'm assuming we're addressing it because we're not going to have a new building with water intrusion. So how is that, are we building right up against the hill or?
Yes, we have I'll just say similar conditions in the new building, and we will be bringing on a waterproofing consultant specifically to help address those issues and what's best for this particular instance. But that is going to be addressed in the new construction.
Okay, and those costs are factored into that.
Correct.
And mitigating some of that that we have now, because that's contributed to just the overall decay of that poor building, just that back end there. Well, I think the design is beautiful, and I like how you guys added all the SBCC swag everywhere. You know, just the logo, not and just the view. I'm wondering that square footage on the top. How big is that? Like, is it big enough to have a foundation event for our foundation, or is it?
Are you talking about the outdoor space on the third level?
Mm-hmm.
It's about 12 to 14 feet wide, if I'm remembering offhand, but it's pretty long. So it's like 100 feet long. So you could have a little event out there. Same goes for that lobby space on the second floor before you enter into the gym. I mean, that's a 4,000 square foot space, 3,500 square foot space, something like that. I mean, it's a decent sized space where you could do a foundation event, you could rent it out for something, it could be pre-function and post-function areas as well, as well as supporting the students.
Yeah, no, well, because I've been supportive of this project from day one, and ultimately the P building is part of a student success model. The way I look at it, we have at Santa Barbara City College the California Associate Degrees to Transfer, which means that our students can get an associate's degree, which will get them credit towards their bachelor's degree. So it's like getting 2 degrees in one, like a straight shot. of course, the requirements to get an AA degree is you have to have your physical education courses as part of your GE breadth in there. So to have such an appealing building like this and to put more students through our associate degrees to transfers, lower the time it gets them to graduate. And just for me, it's just, this is all wrapped into a very nice program that the state supports, that Santa Barbara City College awards. I forget the number, but anyway. So thank you for the creativity. And, you know, I don't know what the difference is between building a concrete versus the alternative, but clearly you're giving us what you have within the scope and the budget that you were given. And I think you guys did a good job getting creative and incorporating some of those early ideas. And
Thank you.
and I can see that dance floor being, that dance studio
Yeah.
being leased out if
Yeah.
they'll let us. It's so pretty, and you don't want to ruin it either. Thank you.
Yeah, and every decision we made was cost-based. I mean, it was very like, you know, we're trying to limit things. Like if we don't need it, we're trying to not have it in there. So a lot of the floors are exactly that, trying to be as maintenance-free as possible, trying to use materials that we know are going to last, and not have a whole lot of maintenance. So thank you.
Thank you. So before we move on to 11.5, I just want to say that I think it's a fabulous design. And I think we have to, assuming we will eventually get this built, we really have to start thinking about this as not a PE building, but as something more than that, because there are so many spaces you showed us that can be used for a variety of things. The entryways, the dance area, the outside area, the classrooms up above, just the environment outside, I think it's just fabulous. So thank you for a terrific design. So the way we have this structured, we're gonna go into, so you're not gonna go away, you're gonna come back in a few moments, but we're gonna go into another agenda item related to talk about certificate of participation financing analysis. And that subject is going to be presented by, I believe it's Carmen Pemba from Morgan Stanley. Is she with us?
Karma.
Karma.
He's coming. Yeah, Karma Pemba. He's coming. There he is.
Karma. Why don't, somebody told me I heard wrong.
Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted.
You hear me now?
Yes. Great.
Okay. Good evening to the board. Nice to see everybody virtually. I was here a little bit over a year ago talking about financing options for community colleges. Lindsay had asked me to speak briefly today in terms of financing option for the PE project outside of a general obligation bond. And so I've got a brief presentation to share with you. Okay, if we go to the first page here, you know, a California community college is limited in its options to issue debt for capital needs. GO bonds are the most common mechanism, followed by certificates of participation, also known as COPs. You know, COP financing enables school districts to finance capital assets over a multi-year period without voter approval. We've listed some advantages and disadvantages here. Advantages include no voter approval, quick timeline. A COP transaction could be completed in as little as 3 months. Now, some of the disadvantages, these are general fund obligations. So it's the district paying versus say a property tax obligation. It is a little bit more expensive than GO bonds, and that's because of the security pledge. It's not the property tax, it is the district. We've also listed abatement risk here, but that's really a disadvantage for the investor. In California, if the pledged asset is no longer available, a district can actually walk away from the COP. So these are the things to consider. If we go to the next page. You know, as I just mentioned earlier, COPs are the second most common form of financing for schools. Since 2008, there's been 639 transactions for close to 7.6 billion, over 7.6 billion. And I've listed some of your community college peers that have used this mechanism. We go to the next slide. You know, based on current market conditions, we've provided a preliminary financing scenarios for your reference here. for a $16 million project. Scenario 1 assumes a final maturity in 15 years. Scenario 2 assumes 20, and scenario 3 assumes a 25-year maturity. As you can see, from going from a 15-year financing to a 25-year financing decreases the average annual payment by $350,000, but it does cost over $3 million more in the life of the bonds. In terms of the all-in cost, a 15-year financing is at 1.5, and 20-year is at 1.92, and scenario 3 there is still very attractive rates there. We go to the next page. On 5, on this page, we've done basically the same analysis that you just saw on the prior page. However, we've included a capitalized interest fund. So a capitalized interest fund allows the district to fund interest payments for up to 3 years. We're showing a scenario where you funded interest payments for 2 years. So if you compare this scenario to the prior scenario, you see the true interest cost increases slightly. For example, with scenario 1, the true interest cost goes from 1.505 on the prior page to 1.58. However, this does give you a little bit more flexibility since you do not have to make these interest payments in the first few years. And in terms of your total debt service and average, it's very similar to the prior page, just a slightly bit more. If we go to the next page here, obviously there's been some conversation about a GO bond potentially, but just to let you know, when a district sells these COPs, it usually includes a call feature. So a call feature gives the district the option, but not the requirement to pay off the bonds early. And so we've graphed here a mechanism for a COP refinancing. So if the district ends up issuing a GO bond, or a stream of cash comes in and the district wants to pay off these COPs early, there is a mechanism to go ahead and do that. So in this diagram here, investors in a new GO bond would provide proceeds, and those proceeds would go into an escrow fund to retire the COPs. And then the investors of the COPs would then get payments from the escrow fund, and Santa Barbara College would no longer be required to maintain those annual debt service payments. So, I've kept this presentation very brief. I'm happy to take any questions.
Veronica, do you have a question?
I was going to put my hand down, but yeah, I can ask. So this is basically like a home equity line. We're borrowing against our own buildings, right?
Sort of. You're using your building as a pledged asset, but it's really just a debt instrument. So if you're borrowing, $16 million, you're just promising to make these annual payments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're using your building as a pledged asset to allow you to do that.
Right. So it's kind of like you guys will hold a note to some X asset we have.
That's exactly right. You're pledging, let's say, a student building, and that pledge, that note goes away once you finish the final maturity of the payments.
Mm-hmm. So the interest rate on this is substantially high, because I think we only need like 8 million or something, I think. And I don't, what is the interest rate on this? Because it, like with any loan, it definitely ends up costing way more than the principal amount.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we can go back to pages 4 or 5 there in the presentation there.
He'll pull it back up, Karma.
Okay.
You want page 4 or 5, or either or?
Either or. Let's go back. Yeah. So
it's right there.
The question you had is very appropriate. We're actually in an all-time low interest rate environment.
Yeah.
So I used $16 million for this example. If you needed 8 million, this would obviously change dramatically. So if you want to take a look at the first column, for example,
Mhm.
You know, you're borrowing $16 million and you're going to end up paying back 18 million. So in reality, in 15 years, you're only paying 2.5 million in
Right.
interest.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, no, it's if you know if you're borrowing funds, you're at an all-time low rate right now. Just for your own home example, right? You see home loans at 2% right now. Here, we're showing you an example where you're borrowing 20 years of debt for less than 2%.
Yeah, which is good. I guess then the question is for Lindsay and the team, given that we would have to be making payments on this, so that you're adding this to our expenses every year, how feasible is it that we would be able to afford the 20%? If we borrow the 20%, that's our part for the state. And I know that's in the next item where we're talking about that, Lindsay. What is the reality that we can afford, or Dr. Goswami, these payments every year?
Well, I don't know if Dr. Goswami wants to take that one. It really depends on which approach we end up using. And we'll talk about it in the next agenda item where I go through the timeline again.
Then
and the
we'll
budget.
wait.
Bring it, bring it back just because there's options.
Yeah, and because I agree. I mean, this is definitely the time. I mean, and the interest rate, I think they're going to be like this for a long time. I don't think it's just in the home loans. So I think this is a good time to borrow because there's some good things going on.
But I assume the concept would be that we would borrow the money, borrowing it at a extraordinarily low interest rate. And in an ideal world, we do our bond and prevail on the bond measure, and then we pay it off.
That's right, Trustee Miller. And that's what we were strategizing just previously, until we recently decided to change our timeline and push it out a little bit, which I'll talk about more. But that's what Karma was prepared to present on, is that we do a COP, and then in the event that a bond passes, we do the callback and pay off the COP with the bond proceeds.
And the COP gives us the advantage of not losing the state money. I don't know if that's, what our latest on that. I think they've given us an extension, but it gives us the opportunity to begin the project perhaps sooner than otherwise. Leaving aside, I know we've got all these budget problems, but I'm just on a big picture. That's the idea here.
That's right. And the one primary advantage to that, I'll say in non-COVID times, because we're not sure how escalation factors are going to come into play with COVID now, but previously pushing back a project even 1 year could cost us millions of dollars more on a project because of escalation costs. So previously we really would have been in a hurry to get the project started as soon as possible, and the COP could have helped us do that. But now with COVID, escalation costs really have come down, as both of our Steves just shared with us.
Yeah, so the low interest rates really are a come do it now incentive, because they just don't get any lower than this. Marcia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering the second option with the fund. Could you explain that a little more, how you establish the fund and where that money comes from?
Sure. So the second option there, and that was shown to demonstrate, borrowing the money today, not making any general fund payments until 2022, where if potentially you have a GO bond, you would be able to pay this off before the district goes into its general fund to make any payments. So a capitalized interest fund is really just a fund that's created at the time of the sale, which equals the bond interest due for years 1 and 2 in this example. And so that's why the cost is a little bit more, because you are actually borrowing a little bit more to make those 2 payments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's still like a home equity loan. And it's also a question, I mean, when Veronica raised that question, the other piece of it is we're guaranteeing it with our general fund unrestricted money. I mean, we're saying we have an income stream, just as we would say we're employed and we can afford to pay for this equity loan, right? I mean, that's similar. If we didn't have an income stream, I don't think they'd want to give us the money. Am I making sense?
Well, we have a good, our rating, we've always had a really good bond. Well, we've
No,
always
I'm
had.
just saying without an income stream to cover the payments.
Yes, right.
that's
Yeah.
the package.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could get creative with the foundation. Someone might want to put their name on this building and say, oh, I don't have to cut $8 million in one sitting. I can pay for your, I think we can get creative and maybe someone will put their name on the building and then they'll cover the payment. We'll say, pay us that naming opportunity over the course of X years. I don't know. I think for Santa Barbara, where we have the philanthropic support of, we've been serving this community for 100 years. I could see that happening.
Okay, any more questions for Karma?
One more. I was just wondering if the amount that we needed, just for purposes of multiplying, if the amount you needed to borrow was twice as much as the payments twice as much.
Somewhat similar. I'll have to get back to you because this is amortized over a certain amount of years. The interest is not one-to-one, but I think that's a fair way of looking at it.
I was just ballparking.
Okay.
Robert, hold on. But this is a fixed interest, right? This is not a variable thing.
That's right. It's fixed.
Okay, yeah.
I hear the Veronica Gallardo building coming up.
Yeah.
Peter, if I had the money, I'd put my name on it and your name on it.
Never
Okay.
mind mine.
Karma, thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
It really gives us information we need to have going forward. And
Great.
we've talked about this before, but these details are helpful.
Yep.
Great. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 11.6, which will be what Marcia was starting to get into. But I assume there's a presentation from one of the Steves on this.
Actually, I wrote this report.
Lindsay is going to talk about it.
Lindsay, okay, all right.
Yeah, I wrote this one, but I'm not going to do any fancy PowerPoint or anything.
I saw Lundgren on it, so I didn't realize it was yours. Okay.
No, you know what, Clyde, can we look at the actual, the report that's 10 pages long? It looks like a Word document. That's the one I want to look at.
Give me 1 minute to pull that down.
Sure, no problem. I'll start talking. So I know it's 9 o'clock at night and everybody's a little tired. I'm not going to make this take too long. I just want to highlight a few of the parts that I put in the report that may be, highest priority and a little complicated to understand. So I just want to walk through 3 of the items. It won't take long at all. But I did try to put this report together for the board to get a comprehensive look at the project, a refresher of why we're doing the project, the funding, the type of project and what's included in the project, and also some information that we've talked about in previous board meetings, trying to document those for the board to have available in the future if there's questions about the state funding process or what happens when we go out to bid and the bid is higher than we expect and what happens with the state. So all that's documented in the report. So Clyde, go ahead and go. Yeah. Oh, it's 2 pages at a time. Okay, go to the next page, please. There we go. Let's hover there for a second. So I just wanted to spend a minute talking about this timeline. We tried to do all 3 of these presentations tonight and some of them kind of overlapped each other. So I apologize for that. So the timeline, the original timeline is on the left here. And I added into it a local bond election date to see what it looks like to have a bond potentially up for the Santa Barbara voters in November of 2022 and see what it looks like within our timeline. And you can see under our previous timeline that the bond would be well after our time to go out to bid. And the new timeline that we have proposed here pushes out the project by about 1.5 years and lines it up with going out for a bond. So we would have a little more assurance as to what type of funds we would have available at that point, and then go out to advertise for construction for the project. So it means that we continue going forward like we have been, working very hard to get to the DSA final approval, and then just take a pause after the DSA final approval, wait for the election day, and then advertise for bids after that. We do have approval from the state to change the timeline in this manner. We've talked to the state chancellor's office about this. They're fine with that. We do have a time period to spend the funds, so that was not problematic. But if there's a desire to do the COPs and go back to the previous schedule and build the building sooner, I know all of our PE friends would love that. So I don't want to close that door in case anyone's interested in that. We can go to the next page. Oh, good, the budget money falls on the same page here. Okay, so just very quickly, I just want to run through the project budget. So we tried to organize this so that everyone can see how much the project would be funded by the state versus us locally by the district. So you can see for the state budget portion, the $32 million, that's the primary portion of the budget, funding coming from the state. And then the soil liquefaction that Steve discussed earlier, that we're hoping the state will be willing to increase our budget by an amount for that. That dollar amount there is about 80% of the funding costs. The ratio would be the same as the main portion of our project. So we would have to fund 20% of that and they would fund 80%. So that's how we get our total state budget. And then you get into the total local costs. We have our local contribution, that 20% I just talked about. Two different types of swing space we've sort of identified here. Swing space for our existing programs, which are those portables that Steve showed in the presentation, kind of on the left side of the building that we would add. And then additional modifications that we would do to the current building to make the gym work while we're demolishing the other half and building the new building. So that's why we have the two swing spaces kind of broken out. And then we know that we have to cover the furniture and equipment, so about $900,000 there. That local contribution I talked about earlier for the soil liquefaction mitigation. And then we put in here a estimate based on the Cummins estimate, the lower of the two estimates that we kind of jumped forward to talk about a little while ago. We put in an estimate of what the construction overage cost would be based on the Cummins estimate of 9.9 million. So adding all of those up, because the construction overage would not be covered by the state, that gets us to a local cost of about $22 million. And then you can see that means the total project budget is $56 million. So I won't make you guys scroll to pages, but at the end of the report, we listed some of the financing options. And this $22 million, if we look at what James just showed us in the adopted budget, we have about $7 million set aside in the reserves for this project. So if you take the 22 million less 7 million, you can do the math, you're at a little over 15 million. And Karma just presented to us on what a $16 million COP would look like. So that's some of the rationale between why you saw a report from Karma on $16 million for a COP. That would help us bridge the gap on the local costs if we use our $7 million reserves plus the COP to get to this local cost number. So just one more thing I want to point out, you're on the perfect page, Clyde, stay there, is the bid climate volatility. So the Steves did just talk to us about the escalation costs and COVID and how unique that is. And they highlighted that there's a lot more contractors that seem to be a bit more hungry to do projects. In the past, when you would go out to bid, you might only get a couple of responses. And we have an example from Allen Hancock just recently, July 27th of this year, where they went out to bid and they got a handful of contractors interested in doing a bid. And their spread was quite large between the low end and the high end of the construction bids, $11.6 million spread. So I just wanted to show that to give the board some recent information that we were able to see from them, that they really can come in quite widely different So when we go out to bid is really when we'll know what this construction cost is going to be for this project. I think that's it. I wanted to do it quick for everybody.
Thank you very much. That was very illuminating on the finances and our situation. Peter, you have a question?
Just a quick question. This mechanism that we've just heard about for borrowing money, it's called, what is COP?
Yeah, certificate of participation, just a COP.
Can that be repaid as a consequence of a bond measure?
Yes.
So it doesn't
Yes.
have to be paid out of general funds.
No, in fact, we can choose the option where we don't even make any payments for 2 years and then the bond repays it.
Got that part. Okay.
Mhm.
Marcia, were you done, Peter? Is that it?
That was it.
Okay.
Okay. The idea of doing a COP before doing a bond seems to me to be incredibly risky, particularly in this environment, uncertain economic environment. The costs, I'm still not understanding, and this is what I started to get into. We're not counting an escalation cost, but the Hancock was over state estimates, right, Lindsay? You said that.
Yeah.
How much over state estimates?
It was 5 million over.
Okay. So even though contractors are interested, they're not cheap at this point. And I recognize the validity of saying it's a tough time to make an estimate, but our estimators both said 9%. And our estimators said a lot more than the numbers we're using. I mean, our estimator, the cheap one was Lundgren at 53.6. And the expensive one was Cummings at 58.7. So the local costs go up considerably, and Lundgren noted that they were not including soft costs, which would be their own fees, the testing and inspection and permits and fees, to the extent I assume that they're over state budget again. I mean, that's the issue, not for locals costs, not whether the state is picking it up, but we are already over state costs. And all of our local costs are still not in there because we have to cover parking spaces and we have to cover landscaping, which is very nicely rendered in the renderings. So what's that, another million? I don't know.
Marcia, we do have those costs included in our state funding. We have site work costs.
For landscaping and parking?
Yes.
Because those
Yes,
have been
ma'am.
specified in state documents as not covered.
Parking lots are not typically covered, no, but our general site work is.
No, I'm not talking about site work. I'm talking about the landscaping and the parking spaces that are listed as we don't cover this by the state.
So site work is landscaping. That's what I'm referring to.
Well, I'm thinking plants.
Yeah, actually, for our West Campus building, we used a lot of plants for free that we had grown on our own, that we did internally. We were quite good at that with our.
I'm not saying I know what the
horticulture.
number is. I'm just saying we need a number, and because we have to cover that expense, that's all. And we need a number for soft costs to cover that expense. So it seems to me we are still underestimating local costs as far as I can tell. Because we've eliminated any escalation, though we think there might be, for 2 years. And we've eliminated soft costs, and we've basically eliminated the whole section from the Cummings, which you are saying is a kind of a insurance policy over an insurance policy. But we've also eliminated the contingency, the construction contingency, which
That
is
is-
critical.
Those are not accurate statements, Trustee Carpenter.
Okay,
We have
I mean-
within our state budget on our JCAF, construction contingencies. We have site work costs. We have costs in that budget for permits that you discussed, engineering, all of that is included in the numbers that are provided in this report as a part of the state budget.
correct. The state is paying a certain amount for those. But we're now talking about the local costs. And when the local costs exceed what the state is paying, then we pay for it, right? So I'm trying to get at only the local costs, the part
Yes.
that we pay for.
And Trustee Croninger, where we are running up against expected construction overages above and beyond the state budget is specific to construction. We're not expecting budget overages on site work, for example. We will stay within our budget of site work. We'll stay within that. We're not expecting any type of overages in those other areas. We're
Is that
just
true?
expecting them in construction.
Is that true of all soft costs then? So we don't have to worry about that.
Yes.
We have an extra 900,000 in architect fees. What's that?
So we have an extra 900,000 included in the architect fees as a projection of what we are expecting the architecture fees to come in at after we get through the DSA process and have a better idea of the total project work.
And we're putting that in local costs, correct?
Yes, because that would not be covered by the state. It's a part of this overage we're discussing.
Okay. And is it correct to say we're not including any escalation cost?
It is correct that I did not include in this report any escalation costs, as you saw on LPA's spreadsheet, or sorry, not spreadsheet, their PowerPoint. We had it there with a question mark. We're not ignoring that there are not going to be escalation costs. We just don't know what the escalation costs would be. So
Yeah, one of the reasons we provide that in a separate line item is because we're really far away from the start of construction, especially if we're talking about pushing it out past the bond that we're thinking about going for. And so as we get closer to construction, we can dial in what the escalation at that time is. The same is true for the construction contingency. That is really a decision to be made by the district based on their tolerance for risk and recommendation by your construction manager, Lundgren. So they'll make a recommendation as we get closer and complete the construction documents and we get closer to the construction bid date based on current economic local conditions. And then you can make an informed decision about really the total cost. So right now, the cost of construction that we're talking about is the current, if we were to bid it today, that's what we think it would bid at based on recent and local bids. And so all the other stuff is unknown. So we feel like it's not fair to really attach it permanently yet because it could fluctuate up or down as we move through COVID and financial status of the country.
Okay. So in effect, you're saying some of this potentially significant elements, I mean, it's 4 million for the escalation in both bids, or over 4 million, are not included because they're uncertain at this point. And
That's right.
so that uncertainty would mean that we wouldn't know how much we need to borrow as well at this
That's
point.
right. So if you're being conservative, you would borrow more so that you know that you were covered. And then you could use the additional dollars to help cover some of the other maintenance expenses that you have on campus. The same would be true for bond monies that you would be able to receive.
Can we in fact estimate the parking local cost and the uncovered landscape cost?
Yeah, I'm sure we could pull that out separately. I mean, in these estimates, we do have costs, like Lindsay mentioned, for site work and landscaping and, stairs and stuff. So we can pull that out. I don't have that number pulled out separately, but we can work with our estimators to provide that for you.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the total local costs where the state says we don't cover, we don't cover, we don't cover.
Gotcha.
Okay. And are you expecting soft costs to be in excess of the state's budget or not? Any of them, other than the architect fees, which we've covered?
Well, the soft costs will generally go up as the building cost goes up in relationship to that. So when you're talking about soft costs, they would generally go with the total cost of construction.
So there's a component there.
Yes.
Okay.
Could I interject, Mr.
Okay.
President? I think I think what you're hearing is we love the building. We're scared about the money.
Yeah. We hear you.
We hear you, yes.
And maybe to say that we're scared about the money is underestimating what's going on. We're looking at sort of a multiple risk factor of taking out a loan before or after a bond measure is either passed or not passed. I mean, and I think if I were in your shoes, I don't know that I'd do anything differently. I mean, you obviously can't find definite numbers where they don't exist. But at least you can understand why we're nervous.
Absolutely.
And at some future point, prior to my raising my hand and saying, yes, let's go forward, I think we're going to need some very clear answers to these questions that are admittedly right now just not answerable.
Okay.
I would suggest, Mr. President, that we move on. Because we're reaching the point of diminishing returns. We, as human beings, will just sort of tune out stuff that comes after 9 o'clock. Oops, it's 9:20. And that's not fair to the presenters, and it's not fair to us.
Well, let me ask Marcia whether that's acceptable to her.
One more thing.
Yes.
And the one more thing is that if we are proposing to move the schedule out 2 years, why do we want to spend in this budget year the 500,000, or I don't know, maybe it's the additional 900,000 as well for the architect fees? Why do we want to spend that this year? Why not move that into coordination with the later schedule and spend it in a future year, at which point we have a better sense of our actual revenue then?
Sure.
So Trustee Cronger, if you take a look again at the timeline that I showed, we want to make sure that we still complete our DSA process and get our project approved. We've done a lot of work. We're right at the end of the stage of going to DSA and having everything approved. We want to get all that complete so that we're ready to go for a construction bid when we're ready for that. We don't want to hold on to our architects and make them sit and not get paid for all the work that they've been doing. So we do need to finish and wrap up some of the planning we've been doing so that we're complete. Everyone we're kind of working with right now is near the end or in the middle of a different process with engineers and whatnot, and we do need to continue with that.
And we have a
But I'm looking at a schedule of DSA approval in August of 2021, and then a gap of basically a year and a half.
Yes, that's our 1.5 year gap, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, why not push off that expense? I'm not understanding. I understand why we would want to do it, but given our budget situation, it doesn't seem to me to be the plan for the worst and hope for the best answer. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
That's an awkward question to ask with our architect sitting right here. That's asking them to stop all the work they've been doing and to not pay them, and they may not have the time to do that. They've devoted their timeline to it.
Of course we pay them for what they've been doing.
Yeah. Well, and if I could add one point to that, that's the fee increase, it's over the entire fee. So all of our fee is not due at DSA approval. We still have to set aside I don't remember what it is. There's probably 900,000 something in the construction administration and bidding phase that we would absolutely not be using in this year or the next year until it bids. So it wouldn't be the full fee.
No, I was thinking it was 500,000 to finish up at this point. That's what's in the budget for this year.
Additionally, Trustee Cronger, some of that 500,000, I know the number you're referring to, was also us starting on swing space, which we wouldn't be doing. So I would need to give you a new number. It wouldn't be 500,000 anymore. You're right.
Okay.
It would be less.
Are we ready to move on? As,
Yeah, Robert, I'm just wondering that what does Dr. Goswami, do you need any direction from us tonight to move forward? Or was this just for us to
This
sit?
is purely an update. This is not a discussion on what financing we're going to do or not do. I will still remind the board that the more pertinent discussion is how much of the internal match that we want to put to this project, and come up with a number that above which it's a no-go. So instead of debating whether the number should be $200,000 more or $600,000 more or whatever it is, what is it that we'll be comfortable with in terms of funding for our 20%? Whatever the number is, if the bid comes significantly above it, then we have commitment from the Chancellor's office that they will work with us to do some revisions. And if they don't do the revisions, the project is dead.
Good. So do we do that at the board retreat, or what is the timeline for us?
This will happen only at the point of the bid. But we need to figure out beforehand what is our appetite in terms of our local money we want to put into this project.
when you say revision by the Chancellor's office, you mean, will they be willing at some point to kick in more money?
Yes.
Yeah.
They might.
Yet another variable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when do you need that for us to come to consensus on that dollar amount?
Only when we're talking about, seriously, when we're talking about going for either a bond or a COP, which is not going to be at least for a year.
Okay.
So there is no urgency.
Okay. So everything is still moving forward, and then you will tell us at the moment where we need to commit to.
So we'll have designed the building. We'll have approval for the building. We're not building it until the rest of the thing falls into place.
Okay. And so you'll let us know.
If we make a decision, it's become too expensive.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll let us know at what point we need to go there.
Yeah.
To me, it's I think you've said it. It's a programmatic commitment. It's a program in our institution. It's just not suitable right now. It's unfit to serve our students at the caliber and the capacity that we need. So for me, it's not a matter of, are we doing it? Yes, there's no question this has to get done. So I would welcome the timeline or whatever it is that we need to really start looking at this, whether, we're saying, okay, let's put it within the scope of the bond or whatever it is, but let's move on it, because we are going to get out of COVID and the world is going to get better. It's already getting better. And so we will move on. And so let's be ready for that.
Well, the Gallardo building can be built quickly.
I'm a glass half full kind of girl, Peter.
Just thought I'd mention
That's
it.
got a good ring to it.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
pretty good.
well, I'm going to pick up your comment that we need to move on. So we're going to move on to the next agenda item, and thank you to
Thank you, everyone.
Again, and Steve K for their presentation and the meat you've given us to contemplate.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So our next item, and by the way, it's 9:35. So at the rate we're going, it's going to be 10:30 or 11 before we finish. I just want to remind everybody of that. When I was on the Planning Commission in Goleta, we had a rule that we never went beyond 10 o'clock, but we didn't start till 6. Here we started at 4, and it's going to be 10:30 before we're done. I can see that happening.
And Robert, how often did the Planning Commission meet each month?
Sometimes twice a month.
There we go.
But often just once a month. So item 11.7 is faculty and staff diversity and a report. I do not know who is going to present the report.
Yeah, it's from HR, Michael Shanahan and Denitris.
Okay.
And I think this will be our
I'm
first time
here.
to meet Denitris, who's our new HR director.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Oh, good evening. Welcome to our evening board meeting.
Yes, my goodness, this has been very interesting. I'm happy to be here. As Dr. Goswami said, I am the new HR director. I'm one of your few COVID hires, I guess. I've been here about 6 months now. So
Is your video off?
is my video? Oh,
Your video is muted.
there we go. Here I am.
There you are.
Okay.
Here I am. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. I'm here to present to you our annual EEO report. And I do just want to share with you that, as I mentioned, I'm new. And so I am getting acclimated to my role here at SBCC and learning the different tools that are available, as well as how to manipulate them to gather a lot of relevant information that we can utilize to really evaluate how successful we are in our efforts. So in a prior review of some EEO reports, I did notice that there's some data that I didn't initially include in this report. And you do have my apologies for that, but please be reassured that that will be completed or included in future reports. So I just want to share that. Next slide, please. Awesome. So SBCC has made a commitment to the principles of equal employment opportunity and recognizes that creating and maintaining a diverse and inclusive workforce is one of the key principles of student success and in direct alignment with the guidance from the State Chancellor's Office. Next slide. One component of our commitment is the annual analysis of EEO data, which is related to employees and those that also apply for positions with the district. We do this to identify what we're doing well as areas that we may need to be more proactive or intentional in our efforts. So today we're focusing on our annual EEO evaluation report. Next slide. So on this data, I do want to just share that the numbers are a snapshot as of June 30th, 2020. Additionally, as a side note, there were some additional slides that were not included with the board agenda that were related to the review of student and county demographics. So this right here is just our current demographics for our employees, and that's all staff. You have your adjunct, classified staff, educational administrators, as well as faculty. The additional slides that I mentioned, those were going to, or they did compare our employee demographics with that of the student body, as well as the County of Santa Barbara. The State Chancellor's Office has provided data and testimonials that show students are most successful with a diverse faculty and staff. The ability for the students to see themselves and connect with faculty plays a key role in their overall academic success. So it is important that we continue to review these numbers, and I'll make sure that it is available in the next report for the board. The data shows, which I'm sorry you can't see that, but the data shows that our diverse students make up about 40% of our student body, and our diverse faculty represent about 24%. 24% of diverse faculty are adjuncts, and then 30% of diverse faculty are full-timers. And then diversity is about 35% of our, let me say that again, sorry. 35% of our employee population identify themselves as coming from a diverse background. Next slide. Just trying to click myself. Okay, perfect. So on this slide, we have just another visual representation of our demographic counts that are broken down by classification. And this is just another way to look at the data from the previous table that we just saw. Next slide. In reviewing some of the data about our permanent staff, we do see that our numbers have not really changed drastically since 2017, and they've remained relatively the same. And I see this, I think as one of the trustees just said a little earlier, I see this as a glass half full scenario. So we admittedly have some work to do, but fortunately we haven't lost or backtracked on any of the work that's been done in the past. Additionally, a quick review of the demographic breakdown by department of labor classifications, it does show us that some of our lesser paid classified positions do tend to have a higher representation of diverse employees. And this is something that we're going to be looking at closer in the future and will be included in future reports as well. Next slide. So some of the current work that we're doing in human resources includes engaging with our hiring managers. So when positions become vacant, we work with hiring managers to ensure that the job description that's been developed still matches what the current needs are of the department. We also work to develop job announcements and desired qualifications to generate a diverse pool of candidates that possess the skill sets, education, and experiences that will lead to success here at Santa Barbara. So we always do this keeping equity, fairness, and consistency in our actions. Another thing that we do during the recruitment process is that at several stages during the application or the candidates, as they move through the different stages of the recruitment process, the consideration, we do pull EEO data and we make that information available to the president as well as Michael, the VP of HR, to make sure that the work that our screening committees are doing is not counterproductive to our goals for equal employment opportunity and diversity, and that it's not having any negative impacts on our pool of candidates. So we do review that, and if necessary, then we do make decisions on whether or not things should continue to move forward as they are, or if we need to kind of go back to the drawing table, so to speak. We also provide EEO training for screening committee members, and we do this so that we can review and make sure everyone is up to date and on the same page in regards to their roles and responsibilities. We discuss hiring, we discuss biases as well as how to overcome them. We review the philosophy of screening people in rather than trying to find ways to exclude a candidate. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here on this table, you can see the impact of those efforts. Looking back over the last 4 years of data, this is related to submitted applications for all classifications. We noticed that there was a high number of candidates that elect not to disclose their EEO information and see this as an area of opportunity to, we have some ideas of why this happens, also looking at ways where we can encourage individuals to disclose that information and feel that it will not have an impact or a negative impact on their ability to be considered for a position with the college. We've also done less hiring in the last couple of years, as I'm sure you are all aware of, and that's reflected in the number of applications that have been received as well. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see that there's not been a large shift in representation of diversity candidates in the last few years. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's only been a slight variance, maybe 1% to 2%, with a slight decrease in the undisclosed applications, which I mentioned, we do have a large portion of those right now. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, and on this slide, we're looking at who's been hired. So I just ask that you keep in mind the changes in the number of positions that are open. So this is going to kind of reflect that trend. So although the actual number of those that have been hired has gone down over the years, the percentages that we see are proportional. You don't see percentages, but the percentages would be proportional to the recruitments that were happening, and again, do not show a lot of variance. Next slide. And this would be it right there. So as you can see, our hiring has fluctuated just a little from what we actually hired. We do have an overall gain in diversity hires over the years. This year in 1920 school year, we had 40% of our hires were from diverse groups, when that group only accounted for 31% of our total pool of candidates. So that was pretty significant and something to be to celebrate. You can also see in this slide that the changes in hiring numbers as it relates to hires that are from our non-diverse backgrounds, that this number is still lower than our highest peak during the 17-18 school year, but overall, it's pretty comparable. Next slide, please. Okay, this one has two tables. This is looking at faculty and educational administrators. This again is going to be over the last 4 years. Our goal as we work on how we receive and retrieve this data will be to separate these and be able to break them down so that we can look at faculty by itself as well as our academic or educational administrators by themselves as well to see what our efforts are generating. But for the 2019-20 school year, our diverse groups submitted 27% of our total applications. And unfortunately in this group, there wasn't a large hire percentage there actually was no diverse hires in this group. And I think it was just 4. I think I know which those positions were, but I don't want to say the wrong one. So, but it was only 4 hires at that time as well. So let's keep that in mind. Next slide. Okay. The information on this table is the same, but this represents our classified staff and managers. Again, we'll be working at being able to break these numbers apart and separate them so we can look at each classification individually. In the classified, as you'd may expect, our diverse groups made up about 40% of the submitted applications and represented almost 53% of our hires. So that is, I feel like I went through that super fast, but it is a little, anyway, that's it. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Michael now because he's going to go over the remainder of the slides and talk about our current and future action items that are related to our EEO goals. So thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Denitris. I don't think you could go too fast at 9:40. So I think everybody appreciates it, but thank you. I'm going to go relatively quickly as well. I want to cover some of the things that we have done and some of the things that we're planning to do. What we have already done is commissioned some new EEO training from Atkinson Andelson. We wanted to beef up what we've been doing, bring in a little bit more of the legal, and start introducing the concepts, as Denitris talked about, of screening people in versus screening them out, right, to make sure that the funnel is biggest at the beginning. And to talk about hiring as intentional community building as opposed to filling chairs. And so those are some of the concepts we're going to be introducing as we roll this out and do additional EEO training throughout the year. We have discussed with our EEO facilitators really bringing them in 2 to 3 times a year as a cohort to keep them trained, to talk best practices and techniques to manage a hiring committee. So we want to really have them trained up and a very competent group. As Denitris mentioned, we're also looking at our People Admin. People Admin is our applicant tracking system. And right now it's not breaking down the applications into the groups that we want. So we've had a review with the vendor, and we've found ways of actually increasing the accuracy of our reporting by breaking it down a little bit further and getting more functionality out of the system. So it hasn't been fully exploited yet, and we expect that to increase our reporting capability on applicant processes as well. Next slide, please. We are working on a social media strategy, which is, I think someone may have mentioned it prior. We're trying to move our recruiting from passive recruiting to more active recruiting. Passive recruiting being, we post an ad and we hope. Active recruiting means we go out to the community and we look for people who are interested in being with us. The beginnings of that is to develop a social media strategy. We're working with Luz to begin building a SBCC jobs Facebook page that people can subscribe to and then have the jobs push out to them instead of having to come to us. Another strategy that we can use with that is to then share postings from our page to community job pages. There are about 5 very active Facebook job pages in the Tri-County area. And if we push our postings out to those, then we just increase our reach exponentially. So we're looking at developing a very more robust social media presence. In community networking, we're also looking at, again, expanding our recruiting reach, both by identifying local diversity partners, what we'll actually call them, community recruiting partners, such that their organizations, this is something that we did in Ventura as well, reaching out to churches, represent community organizations, anybody that can actually sort of be deputized as a recruiter for us. We know that word of mouth from somebody that you know is the best way to get to somebody. And so we want to build a list of community partners who will assist us in extending our reach. As well, we want to advertise locally. This is a little more fuzzy right now because we're not quite sure where that is. Newspapers just don't do it. They're terribly expensive. But we're looking to see if there are more local places that we can put our postings rather than just the CCC registry, all the same places, right? If you're going to go for non-traditional candidates and people who don't normally apply, you got to go to places you don't normally go. So that's what we're looking for. Next slide, please. Additionally, we're going to be instituting quality surveys for our recruiting process. We're going to be recruiting both the hiring manager and the committee members themselves. Surveying the hiring manager and the committee members themselves to understand, for the hiring manager to understand, did you get the candidate that you were looking for? Did you understand the process? Did it serve your needs? For the hiring committee, we want to do a much more of a process-oriented survey to really help us make sure that we're getting the things that we need to get. And having the conversations that need to be had in these committees. But if we don't survey how the participants feel about how it went, we'll never know. So we really want to institute that. It's very similar to the same kind of surveying that you do after a training session, right? Did it work? Was it effective? Did you get what you needed? And then it's time to start on our EEO plan again. So we have reconvened our district EEO advisory committee after the summer break. We're talking about getting ready to do our plan. We're intentionally approaching it with an equity lens, and we're kind of discussing what that means as well. I have to say that I am very, very pleased with the EEOAC. It is an active committee that takes this very seriously. I'm looking forward to great things from them. Next slide, please. Longitudinal analysis is something that Denitris mentioned earlier. She touched on it, is basically taking a read of the ethnic categories of candidates as they go through major milestones of the process and looking for adverse impact. It's a formulaic process that basically says if you see about a 80% of a difference of about 20% that's not job related or business related, that you may have an adverse impact on a particular group of people. They're dropping out for some other reason. It isn't always a bad reason, but what it is the flag to look at the process. We want to do this both at a meta level and at the individual recruitments. Denitris talked about this at the individual level. We also want to be able to collect these statistics and look at them overall, because we think that's another important way to find out if we're experiencing impacts that we don't want to see. It will lead us in directions to investigate. It will also give us better information in terms of modifying our recruitment processes and making decisions about training. And then finally, we're actually, as mentioned earlier, we're also looking to more formalize certain processes to ensure that there's a diverse group of people involved in the hiring process. And that involves, right now, where the president and I both look at final pools to see whether or not it should go forward, if the pool is too homogeneous or not. And now I want to institute something at the beginning of the process. We want to look at the actual hiring committees themselves and the diversity of the committees. This is going to be a little bit tougher because the bulk of the committee members are appointed by various constituents. But I've done this in the past, and I think all of the constituents in the district share the goals of increased equity and hiring diversity. And I think that if we go to them and ask for candidates who would give us a bit more diversity on the hiring committee, I think we'll get the cooperation because again, everybody's behind these goals. And I believe that is the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Jonathan, do you have a question or comment?
I have a comments and questions. The first is on the way the data is presented. I think, I have some notes on that. I don't want to waste everyone else's time on that, but I think, what was orally presented, was more compelling than what's visually on the spreadsheets, because it was mentioned that 70% of our faculty who teach students in the classroom are white, but that's not exactly put down in the presentation. Like you'd have to do your own math to kind of get that. So I could send in notes for the next presentation of what I think would be really useful to look at. Just, let's look at the same year and the same, the 2020 diversity versus white hires, instead of having them separate. It just would be easier for us to see. But, that's one. Besides the point, I think the improvements being looked at are very important. And I really want to support you in especially reforming the committees, because a lot of these problems, they come from who's making the hires. I mean, at the end of the day, our recruitment, I think your thought process and methodology for recruitment is fantastic. Like the active mentality and using established trusted partners, like that's really great. By the end of the day, that still cannot be effective if the hiring committees are broken. And so, I don't want to be crass saying this, but sometimes like this needs to be blown up, put back together the right way, and move forward, going right. And I'm confident that everybody in the college, if we all share the mission of diversity, we are not going to be attached to old traditions and how we do things, and willing to change things up a bit to reach the goal that we want. So I support you in what you're doing to improve things.
Thank you. Well, as in regards to the data presentation, we actually did have a couple of slides that, because we've been scrambling to get this done, a couple of slides that missed publication deadline. One of them was comparing our current composition with our student body, because that's our touchstone for student success. And then the other one was comparing it to the county, because that's our labor source. We can get those slides to you later. Afterwards, but we didn't have an opportunity to update today's presentation for you. We also do want to break all of our stuff down by the federal EEO categories, and as Denitra said, into a little bit more detail. Historically, our reporting capacities here have been problematic, and getting this level of data that we want has been a very manual process. In the time of COVID, over these last 6 months, these manual processes have been a royal pain. I don't like working that hard. That's why we're going to make people admin and all of our computers do it for us. So we will have much deeper data. And I do appreciate your comments on the ideas. We're trying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. How are you measuring diversity, or what is it what you're looking for in diversity? Is it just strictly race?
No, but that's the typical EEO presentation. And what a lot of what we can report on is what we collect. And so we need to start collecting broader data. When I was with the Ventura District and we started our public diversity dashboard, we tracked not only ethnic diversity, we tracked veterans status, we tracked disability status, and we started to talk about age, but a lot of people got upset with that one, so we just left that alone. I totally agree with you, and what we are looking at is what kind of data can we get for additional tracking. There's a lot of diversity that we're not looking at, and I'm not sure how to get there yet. Generational diversity, place and family diversity, educational family history diversity, economic diversity. There's a whole bunch of other things. We're hoping that we can hit those areas with a more aggressive recruiting process that hits our local county. But I won't know until we've tried it.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, what I'm wondering. Students benefit from all of that and having a diverse workforce and representation of all. I can identify with someone. Goodness, Craig, I've grown to really care for the guy. He's a good friend now, and he is someone that I would have never picked out on the street as, hey, let's be friends, right? And so I think that there's benefit in students being interacting with different folks. And so I would be interested in how, I appreciate that you guys said that your goal or our college goal is to throw out that net wide and get a diverse pool of folks. But I would be interested that our diversity is not just race, but our diversity is in truly offering, you know, what humanity offers. We're all so diverse in so many different ways. And I think that's awesome. The second thing I was wondering about is our classified staff at the college are the most diverse group compared to our faculty. What strategies have we thought about or put in place to provide that entry into the classroom? I think that we're a California community college. We provide job training. And so we don't have to answer right now, but that's for the future, something that I'd be interested in seeing. What type of mobility are we offering for our classified staff to move into these other jobs, whether it be the teaching classroom for those that are interested, or management and different things like that. I think focusing on the folks that have already made a commitment to SBCC, our mission, vision, and core values is something worth exploring, I think.
So I can actually give you two things. We have a number of classified employees who currently teach.
Yes.
And we have come to an agreement with the CSEA to allow that. Right. And so that's valuable experience for our classified employees who want to do it, who are willing to do it over and above the 8 to 10 hours a day that they work for us or more. In addition to that, we are currently in conversation with the School of Extended Learning on bringing some structure to the hiring of part-time faculty in the non-credit area. Currently, part-time faculty hiring is fairly unstructured. If you believe the premise that our part-time faculty are one of our major feeder pools for our full-time faculty, which is pretty typical in most community college districts, then the biggest gain is to diversify our part-time faculty. And the best way to get there is to put some process around that selection. So that's kind of where we're starting.
To help them out. That's good. Yep. But then also not, I just want to leave with this note that Santa Barbara City College is committed to hiring the best talent so that we're not just hiring to click a box. And so I know that Santa Barbara Unified years ago, they were going through this conversation. I think Kate might remember. And I think one of the board members was quoted and the superintendent as like, oh, they're just going to hire people of color. That's illegal. Yep. That is not true. Santa Barbara City College is striving for excellence. But we want a wide pool, obviously, to reflect the values of our community.
That's correct. And we want the most qualified people for our kids.
Yeah.
And if you do it well, then the diverse candidates, the extremely qualified diverse candidate apply and do rise to the top.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
awesome.
that's where we want to get to.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dr. Goswami, for doing this.
Marcia?
Thank you also. I really support your efforts here. Couple suggestions as you think about data, and I know you could be overwhelmed by chasing data. Part-time faculty for credit, that's a big group. And I know Peter and I have had discussions about that, but really the opportunities for greater diversity really are there. We have first generation students that we track as students. I'm sort of thinking about, is there a first generation teacher? You know, kind of the family background thing that you touched on earlier. And that might be comparable. And also the question of the ability to move up within our system. When you're here and your ability to move to a higher paid job.
Not sure I understand. I mean, I know what you're referring to in that last one, but I'm not quite sure I'm understanding what you're looking for our reporting.
Well, I mean, I think we've talked about that you're planning to break this down in terms of job classification, and that we often see a greater, or many of our diverse people in lower paid jobs. Mm-hmm. So what is their ability to move up? How are we enhancing that? Yeah.
All right. So we can probably talk that. Okay. Part of the challenge and
kind of a hire from within thing.
Yeah. We might be able to look at like promotion from within stats. The thing to remember is that we have to do some hiring to make changes, right? It's like,
I realize we've got you.
Yeah. With 3 or 4 faculty members this year, you know, we're not gonna flip the world, but what we can do is start to build the reporting and analysis infrastructure, get the training in place, and start the mentality change. So I appreciate those suggestions. Thank you.
Okay. Demetrius, Michael, thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very informative. It sparked some good questions and comments from the board. So thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Demetrius.
Good night.
And do I hear a motion? Wait a minute. I better make sure I didn't miss something. Items for future board consideration. Does anybody have any items for future board consideration that we haven't already talked about? Jonathan?
Yeah, Prop 15 endorsement resolution.
Okay.
I just want to tell the board that I'm going to send you a note asking for whether you have any interest in having at least some board members physically here during the September 24th study session. We could make it happen. So, some board members may decide to stay work, join by video, and we will all be by video regardless. But at least I can create an opportunity for some board members to be socially distant and be in that big room with no audience.
Okay, I saw one thumb go up. 2 thumbs.
I'm in the middle of like children, Robert. I live in this neighborhood with children and high school kids and going out to dinner and breakfast every day. So
what you're talking about, Dr. Goswami, is in the big room with nobody else there but the board members.
Or whoever chooses to come. And obviously other board members can also participate from home or any place else, but it will be everything by video.
Yeah, okay.
Is it consistent with the county orders?
Yes, we checked. There are a couple of other agencies not doing
I
that.
keep hearing that, they do not want people who are from different households to get together, basically.
Santa Barbara Unified, Marcia, has all these kids together, like up to 20 kids in one classroom with one employee.
I mean, I don't think we've fallen as a board necessarily.
No, I did ask Luz to research it, and she did confirm that there are no public agencies meeting like that. Not everybody, but some.
Jonathan, you had a question?
Yeah, all I will say is that, virtual only meetings are really good, and in-person only meetings are really great, as we know. Hybrids are extremely terrible, and I think will become very unproductive.
We've had experience with that.
Yes, many times. I've been in virtual meetings that are some people there. I mean, you've called in, Peter. I've called into this meeting, being the one person calling in. I've been in, virtual meetings where people are in person in LA and the other half of the group's in person in San Francisco, and we're videoing each other. It just doesn't work. It's either all in person or all online, or else someone's going to get left out or not get the same experience and information. It's just body language is a thing. When some people are just not going to get the full experience, I think that wouldn't be effective.
Okay. Something to think about. So do I hear, unless there's any more comments on that subject, do I hear a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I so move.
Dr. Haslund has moved, and I think Trustee Nielsen has seconded. At least I saw his hand raised. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Say nay. Not hearing any, motion passes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. There was an email sent out at, maybe Clyde can tell us, he's still on. I think he sent another email at 7 for us to go into the closed session. Is that correct?
Yeah, I sent the email while y'all were in the regular board meeting, so you'd have it available as soon as you got done. Clearly the 7 o'clock was an underestimation of when we'd be done. So that room will be available now. Joe has already got to the room, I'll be opening up just a minute. So after your 10-minute break, we'll convene there, and then you'll go into your closed session.
You need to read why we are going to the board meeting, I mean, a closed meeting.
Say that one more time.
No, sorry, Robert.
Yes.
You need to read the why we are going to the closed session.
Oh, yes, good point. We are going to closed session for two items. Number one, public employee discipline dismissal release government code section 54957 and employee number 202OFN05. Secondly, conference with labor negotiator government code section 54957.6 employee organization faculty association district negotiator Michael Shanahan. Okay, see you at 10 after 10.
Okay.
I'm back in open session. Has anybody else joined? Okay. Trustee Haslund, I see, has joined. So we concluded our closed session and back in open session to report one item. There was a motion by Trustee Haslund, seconded by Trustee Parker to approve a settlement agreement between the district and employee number 202 N05. And the vote, the motion was approved by a vote of 4-3 with trustees Miller, Hasland, Nielsen, and Parker voting yes, and trustees Croninger, Gallardo, and Aboud voting no. So do I hear a motion to, I don't know if we need a motion to adjourn our meeting, our open session meeting.
I think we could do it by unanimous consent.
Okay, I'd agree with that. Thank you all. And I'll note that it is almost exactly midnight.
Sleep well.
Okay, same to all of you.
And sleep soon.
Good night.
Good night.